Are you picking on me?
I would never do that. Thank you. Commissioner Dunn.
Good evening.
Thank you. Vice Chair McConnell.
Hello again.
Thank you. Commissioner Colling.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Mayo.
Here.
Commissioner Zhang.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Carpenter.
Hola.
Thank you. And Senior Planner Gurman.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And those joining us at home, Andrew Spurgeon.
I'm here, Jennifer.
Thank you. John Van. John Van, are you with us?
Yep, sorry, I was having trouble with my, yeah.
It's okay.
Still having
Thank you.
some issue on the camera, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Alex Gahn.
Hello.
Thank you, Alex. Bob Hose.
I'm here, Jennifer. Thanks.
Thank you. Dave Losman. Okay, I'm going to start the recording. After you hear the lady's voice, Vice Chair McConnell, you can call the meeting to order. Curtis, can you make me an organizer, please, so I can start the meeting? Go ahead, Vice Chair McConnell, the meeting started.
All right, thank you. I want to go ahead and get our meeting started. I'd call it to order, and I'd like to thank everybody for showing up and participating. First thing I want to do is remind people in the audience, if you are planning on speaking for either presentation tonight, make sure that you've signed the list in the back of the room so we can make sure that we get you up to the podium in a timely fashion. Thank you. Jennifer, can we go ahead with roll call, please?
Yes. Chairperson Boschert.
Excused?
Vice Chair McConnell.
Present?
Commissioner Carpenter.
Present.
Commissioner Colling.
Present.
Commissioner Dunn.
Here.
Commissioner Tomachek.
Present.
Commissioner Mayo.
Present.
Commissioner Zhang.
Present.
Commissioner Torres.
Excused.
Roll call complete.
Thank you. Next up, I want to let everyone know that we do have a quorum present, and all members here tonight will be voting, all commissioners. Okay, and next up on tonight's agenda is consideration of minutes from our previous meeting. Have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
Have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second? Jennifer, ready for a vote, please?
Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Colling.
Abstain. I wasn't present.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Commissioner Tomachek.
Yes.
Commissioner Tomachek is in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
Abstain. Did not participate.
Thank you. Vote is complete.
And the minutes from the November 9th meeting are approved. The thing I want to read aloud before we start is, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, comments were accepted electronically and via voicemail and were delivered to the Planning Commission and posted to the public agenda packet online prior to tonight's meeting. Those who wish to give comments and signed up in advance per the online guidelines will be called upon in order to speak during the live meeting. Tonight, we have two items on the agenda. First is 3A. It's a public hearing and consideration of a preliminary development plan, an official development plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision. Following that, item 3B, public hearing and action on comprehensive plan amendments, rezoning, and a preliminary development plan for Semper Gardens. Mr. Gurman, you ready to roll?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is David Gurman. I am a senior planner with the city's Planning Division. It is my pleasure to be presenting to you this evening. Next slide, please. Cornerstone Christian Academy, doing business as Flatirons Academy, wishes to expand the size and composition of its existing campus to include 2 athletic fields, an additional building to house a press box, concession stand, restrooms, classrooms, storage, and offices, additional parking, walking paths, and landscaping, and ancillary uses. One of the athletic fields is a baseball diamond, while the other is a multi-purpose field suitable for football, soccer, and other activities. Tonight, the applicant is seeking your recommendation of approval to the City Council of their PDP and ODP documents. As a part of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created, and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed, including mailings to 93 adjacent property owners. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, and the public notices mailed, posted, and published in the Westminster window are hereby entered into the public record at this time. Next slide, please. Here is a map of the area under consideration. The 3 vacant parcels east of the existing school building would be developed with the new ball fields, additional parking, and ancillary uses. This expansion more than doubles the area of the school campus. Apartments sit to the west of the new expansion area. The Academy Charter School sits to the north, and the rest of the expansion area is bounded by commercial uses. Next slide, please. Here you can see the proposed layout of the new development. The site was somewhat challenging because of the size of the fields and the need for the playing surfaces to be very level, but the applicant team did a good job of fitting everything into the space available. 2 new street connections are created on Tejon Street, both serving the new parking areas. I will now provide you with a brief overview of the criteria used by staff to evaluate the PDP and the ODP for this site. Next slide, please. Section 11.514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria which are analyzed in detail in your agenda memo and that are to be the basis of consideration for approval of PDP documents. These standards may also be viewed in the Municipal Code online and have been provided this evening as handouts available at the back of the room. Staff believes that this application generally meets the intent of the 10 review criteria, which are summarized on the slide before you. The PDP complies with all city requirements except for 5 site design related exceptions sought by the developer. 3 are for retaining walls that exceed allowed height limits, while the other 2 are for parking lot setbacks. If approved, the PDP and associated development will not preclude any needed future public land dedications. The PDP includes all needed standards for approval to ensure that reasonable and required expectations of the associated ODP will be met. The applicant is not in default and does not have any outstanding obligations to the city. Next slide, please. Section 11.515 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 17 criteria, which are analyzed in detail in your agenda memo, and that are to be the basis of consideration for approval of ODP documents. These standards may also be viewed in the Municipal Code online and have been provided this evening as handouts available at the back of the room. Staff believes that this application generally meets the intent of the 17 review criteria, which are summarized on the slide before you. You will note that the ODP criteria generally mirror the PDP criteria, but that the ODP review criteria add more detailed analysis of the design of the project, as outlined in the bottom bullet point. The development proposed with this plan will allow for the school's harmonious coexistence with the surrounding area. The project contains specific protections against noise and light pollution. The existing surrounding road network is sufficient to handle the traffic likely to be generated by the school's expansion. By providing internal sidewalks, marked crosswalks, and external sidewalk connections, the plan supports and protects pedestrian mobility. Adequate vehicular access is also provided from both Zuni Street to the west and Tejon Street to the east. Public Works and Utilities has expressed no concerns with the provision of water or sewer capacity to the subject property. Reclaimed water is available in this area and will be used for irrigation. Irrigation needs are reduced in that the field areas of the two ball fields utilize artificial turf. The plan includes large landscape buffers, retaining walls, and appropriate fencing to make good use of the land available and to provide for the needs of the school. Higher fencing is included around the ball fields to ensure that balls and equipment do not spill onto adjoining roadways. If this fencing proves not to be sufficient, an ODP requirement is included to reevaluate the fencing and make corrections as needed. Finally, neither the applicant nor the developer are in default, and neither entity has any outstanding obligations to the city. Next slide, please. This evening, staff recommends the holding of tonight's public hearing to review the proposed PDP and ODP, and that the Planning Commission recommend approval of this application to City Council. Based on the finding that the 10 PDP review criteria and the 17 ODP review criteria of Westminster Municipal Code sections 11.514 and 11.515 respectively have substantially been met. Next slide, please. The city's strategic plan goal of foster and maintain a beautiful, desirable, safe, and environmentally responsible city would be fostered by approval of the project, which provides a logical layout for an expansion of the existing Flatirons Academy campus, including an attractive design, substantial landscaping, reduced irrigation needs, reduced potable water usage, and an orderly use of the limited space available. The goal to provide visionary, effective, and collaborative government is met by the proposed PDP and ODP, as the project supports and enhances the needs of an existing established business, as well as supporting the needs of the students and families that patronize the school. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention this evening. There are several staff members with us as well. We would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Also, the applicant is with us tonight and has a presentation to share with you at this time.
Hello there, my name is Mitch Dowdy. I live at 801 West 126 Court in Westminster, and I'm the Director of Operations for Flatirons Academy. We're a K through 12 private Christian school in our 25th year of operation. For the last 10 years, we've operated from our current location in Westminster and had a great working relationship with the city. We offer a traditional liberal arts curriculum, and we're in the top 10% of K-12 schools in the nation for helping students grow in reading and math. In addition to a very strong academic program, we offer a number of activities. Those include pep band, private music lessons, a number of athletics that have been already mentioned, football, volleyball, basketball, baseball, and soccer. We've been fortunate to play in 4 state championships in the most recent 3 years and secure 2 state titles. So we're excited about the future opportunities for growth here on this location and improving our programs. We want to serve our students and our families well here in Westminster. You can go ahead and advance to the next slide, and then one more. And I think there I'll go ahead and hand it off to Norris Design. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And one more. I'm Brandy Rice. I'm a senior associate with Norris Design, here to talk to you about our expansion. Thank you for hearing our application tonight. We appreciate your time. As Mitch described, we'd like to create a comprehensive and unified campus that fits within the larger community. As you can see, we have the Academy of Charter Schools to the north, as well as DeVry University, business uses to the east, and residential to the south and west. Next slide, please. As you can see, the campus situates nicely within the surrounding community and even can buffer some of the differing adjacent uses that already exist. This site really offers an exciting opportunity to create an expansion and connectivity with the existing campus that includes a classroom building, gymnasium, playgrounds, and practice field. It really allows for the creation of a continuous, safe space for learning and outdoor recreation, and helps to eliminate the need for the students to leave campus and go to another site to participate in their extracurricular activities. Next slide, please. Our proposal includes the baseball field, football field, press box with classrooms, storage, concessions and restrooms, a play area, seating for the concessions, as well as spectator seating, a maintenance shed, parking areas, and security fencing. As mentioned, the fields will be artificial turf, and we have designed a very water efficient landscape. Next slide, please. Pedestrian access has been provided from the main classroom building entry, as well as the existing gymnasium. Vehicular connectivity has been provided via the existing parking lot. There will be a punch through to the new parking lot from there. The new south lot will be the main new parking lot for activities. The north lot will actually be gated with emergency access knock boxes. And the primary vehicular entrance for athletic events will be off of Tejon, and exits will be directed to Zunai during larger events. Next slide, please. The proposed lighting is full cutoff to help minimize the amount of spill onto adjacent properties. And on this graphic, we have highlighted the 0.1 foot candle line. Significance of that is that 0.1 foot candle is actually less than that of a full moon. We have also agreed to 10 p.m. weekday and 11 p.m. weekend cutoff for lighting. And of note, the lighting control system actually comes standard with a curfew system that can be set by an administrator and not be overridden. Next slide, please.
Would you mind leaning into your mic just a little and speaking up? It's hard. Those at home are having a hard time hearing you. Thank you very much. I didn't mean to interrupt. Thank you.
No, that's okay. Thank you for letting me know. Additionally, we have designed a dense landscape buffer to help further mitigate the noise and lighting, as well as utilizing the grading to our advantage. Next slide, please. This view shows our dense landscape buffer and screening. And you can also see the retaining walls that we are asking for have allowed us to minimize the visual impacts, including keeping the press box low and maximizing the plant material's ability to screen the facilities. It also allows for us to use the natural grade for spectator seating, and additional screening is provided on the south via a brick wall that will match the existing wall. Next slide, please. There are two proposed buildings with the project. There's a press box with classrooms, concessions, restrooms, and administrative functions, a maintenance shed for equipment storage. And the architecture is simple, and it's meant to blend in with and complement the existing structures on campus in their colors and textures to help create a visually similar and cohesive campus. Next slide, please. And as Dave and the memo have noted, the PDP is in compliance with our review criteria. Next slide, please. As well as the ODP is in compliance with those review criteria. Next slide, please. And the next slide. Thank you for hearing our proposal tonight. We really appreciate your time. We look forward to continuing to work with the city to make this vision of a comprehensive, safe campus a reality for our students. Thank you. We'll go to the next slide.
Thank you for that presentation. So we're ready. Planning Commission, you have any questions, comments for staff or applicant at this time? I have one small request. Probably on one of the shots that shows the campus as a whole, would you mind pointing out where the retaining walls are going to be? I have a general idea, but I'd just like to confirm that.
Is there a pointer?
Randy, is there a specific slide you want?
It'll probably be easiest on this slide. There are 2 retaining walls on the football field. There is one on the east side and one on the north side, as well as the south and west. It's sunk down so that we can keep the press box low. Those are the main ones. And then there's also one on the north side of the baseball field.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 1.5 questions. The first question, for that north parking lot that's north of the football field and east of the baseball field, it looks like we're adding a driveway, but we're not in line with the driveway that's direct. Thank you. That's the perfect slide. That's directly across the street. It looks like there's already a driveway there. Is there a reason why those entrances weren't aligned up? Is that a topographic issue there, or what?
It was more to keep that driveway entry off of the curve of Tejon and have better line of sight.
Okay. And you're not expecting enough traffic there where it's going to be any sort of an issue?
No, and that will be a lightly used parking lot. It's actually gated most of the time except for emergency access.
Okay.
So it will only be used, and it is a smaller parking lot.
Great, thank you. And my half question is, as a recovering sousaphone tuba player, I love that you have pep band, but where's your marching band?
That I can't answer.
I got that. I withdraw the question. Thank you.
Was that the half question? Okay, I thought it was. Okay, I would like to go ahead and open the public hearing portion of this presentation. Jennifer, confirm we do not have any voicemail or email submitted.
That is correct. There was an addendum to the original packet that was posted, but it did not contain any public comment for this agenda item. We do have 2 in-person speakers, and when you're ready, I'll go ahead and get them queued up.
Okay, all right, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, so before we move to the in-person speakers, ground rules to make sure everything goes smooth and everyone gets to participate as planned is we want to limit your time at the microphone to 5 minutes. And you'll see when you get up there, there'll be a timer and you'll see the green light, the yellow light, and the red light. And we want to be fairly strict about that 5-minute time limit if we can. And we don't have only 2 of you tonight, so I don't know that this is going to be an issue, but if you are going to say the same thing as a previous speaker, then please just state for the record that you agree with what the previous speaker had to say, and then we can keep things moving. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. And no standing ovations during this time. Okay, who's up first, Jennifer?
The 2 in-person speakers for this agenda item. First is John Palmer, if you make your way up to the podium, and then Eric Rakers. If you wouldn't mind queuing up in these seats that are up at the front of the room, as soon as John's done, you'll be next on deck, please. Thank you.
I'll wait till everybody gets a copy of that, please. Okay, Thank you. I'm here more on a procedural issue than anything else. I object to this hearing this evening being held simply for the fact that it doesn't meet code criteria on a couple of issues. You know, the single page you'll see clearly states section 1152B. The Westminster Municipal Code requires Planning Commission and City Council review in accordance with procedures set forth in 11.513 of the Municipal Code. The public notice procedures for both the Planning Commission and City Council have been followed with the application that are noted in the agenda memorandum that I believe Mr. Gurman spoke about earlier. Now, if you'll turn yourself to the 4-page, this is a letter I sent to the city manager's office. Interim City Manager Andrews, the current signs being used for all public hearings do not meet the requirements as prescribed in City Code 11.513A5. The code clearly states that lettering not less than 1 1/4 inches in height. And you'll see that referenced in the last page where I've copied the City Code 11.513. I have reviewed the signs at both the Uplands, this pertained to Uplands last night, but also the Berkeley development at 104th. None of the signs comply with this code. The signs have some letters that measure only 1 1/8 inches in height, and lettering on the stickers that were applied secondhand, measuring only 1 3/16 or less in height. I've attached photos. This calls into question any and all public hearings that the cities use these signs for, and perhaps leaving the door open to appeals and or possible legal action. You can see on page 2 the basic format of the sign that's been used for in excess of a year now. And if you turn to page 3, you will clearly see measurements with the machinist ruler stating the height of the letters. And again, page 4. Now, City Attorney Frankel has looked at this. It was brought to his attention, and he believes it's a non-issue. Well, the code clearly states what it states. It doesn't say except for or exception to. It clearly states something. The reason we're all here is because of city code. That enables you people to make decisions based on the city code as it's written, not with exceptions or sometimes or not sometimes. The code is the code. There's no other way to interpret it contrary to what Mr. Frankel, his very loose interpretation is, as well as I believe Mr. McConnell's probably going to get up and defer that to, possibly Mr. Gurman. But I ask you to read what the code says and interpret it as it's written. Thank you.
Mr. Rakers, Eric Rakers.
Hi, I'm Eric Rockers. I have 3 kids that attend Flatirons Academy for the past 6 years. I'm also a basketball coach there and involved in their athletics. I just want to speak in support of the plan in that we've seen the expansion of the school in the past with the gym expansion and the benefits that we've seen from not having to bus kids around to be able to keep them on campus, to be involved in athletics and the positive impact it's had on them in our community. So I just want to briefly speak in support of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Did we have anyone else in the audience who has not signed up but at this time would still wish to speak? Okay. So at this point in time, I'd like to close the public meeting. Got your light on, Mr. Carpenter. Are you anticipating a request for a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we go into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice on a specific legal question under CRS section 24-1 6-4024B.
Second on that motion.
Second that.
Do we need a voice vote?
Yes, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Zhang.
Commissioner Tomacek.
Aye.
Commissioner Tomacek is in favor of an executive session. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Colling.
Yes.
Commissioner Colling is in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang is in favor.
Adjourned for what period of time?
Yes, so commissioners, if you will make your way into the boardroom right off the council chambers here, and there's appropriate staff that need to be in the executive session, and audience, we will rejoin you as soon as we have finished with our executive session. Thank you.
Looks like we're all present and accounted for, so I'd like to call the meeting back to order. I'd like to call the podium John McConnell. What say you, Mr. McConnell?
Okay. I was going to wait and see if you had a question, but I think I do know what the question is. It's regards to, in regards to Mr. Palmer's comments on.
That's correct.
For the record, the city does disagree with Mr. Palmer's assessment with regards to the measurement of the signs and the compliance with the code. The city does feel like the signs meet the code requirements with regards to the size of the sign and the size of the letters. For the record, the measurements that Mr. Palmer made are fairly consistent with what the city staff has measured. The logo with the words Westminster and the pyramid, those words are 1 1/8 inch. That is part of a logo and not a part of the text. The other measurements for all of the rest of the text would be 1 1/4 inch, with the exception of the sticker. The sticker is not a code requirement. That was a temporary addition that the city council requested that the staff add to the existing signs. This was, again, a temporary measure until the city can make larger signs that incorporate the ability to have more text, more lines of text. So that's the staff's position, and that's the staff's interpretation.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
All right, I would now entertain a motion on applicant's request. Yeah, they're buried deep in there somewhere. There's 2 separate motions for this one tonight.
I'll do it.
Okay, Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council approve the preliminary development plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision. This recommendation is based on a finding that this application substantially meets the requirements of Section 11-5-14 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Tomachek. Jennifer, roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Aye.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Calling.
Yes.
Commissioner Calling is in favor. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Commissioner Tomachek.
Yes.
Commissioner Tomachek is in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang is in favor. Vote is complete.
The motion passes. I now need a motion on the second item. Commissioner Tomachek.
Vice President, Vice Chair, I move that the Planning Commission recommend that City Council approve the official development plan for Flatirons Academy expansion and subdivision. This recommendation is based on a finding that the application substantially meets the requirements of 11-5-15 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
I have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Jennifer, call the vote, please.
Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Aye.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Calling.
Yes.
Commissioner Calling is in favor. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Commissioner Tomachek.
Yes.
Commissioner Tomachek is in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
Yes.
Commissioner Zhang is in favor. Complete.
And the second motion passes also. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you, commissioners. We're going to take about a 10-minute break now to switch over applicants to the next presentation. So it's 7:45. I want everyone back in the auditorium by 7:45. We'll start again at 7:55. Thank you.
Thank you, planning commissioners, and I wish you all a happy holiday.
Happy holiday to you.
It's gonna make me shake. No.
I think you would stuff like that.
Jacob, would you like to do a mic check real quick?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. It kept turning. Chairperson McConnell, are you ready?
Now I am. All right. All the commissioners are back. Staff is back. Anybody out in the lobby that wants to come in and listen, please do so at this time. I want to call the meeting back to order. Next item on tonight's agenda is item 3B, public hearing and action on comprehensive plan amendments, rezoning, and a preliminary development plan for Semper Gardens. Jacob, are you ready to go?
I am. Thank you, Vice Chairperson. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Kaza. I'm a senior planner with the city's planning division. Next slide, please. As a part of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created, and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, the public notices published in the Westminster window, the mailed notices, and the posted notices are hereby entered into the public record at this time. The notices of the public hearing were mailed to 322 property owners within 500 feet of each of the 3 parcels under consideration tonight. The city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website and sent an emailed copy of the notice to an email list that staff have compiled from persons that have requested to receive email updates about the project. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the proposed Semper Gardens development. The parcels are outlined in red and labeled North, Center, and South Parcel. The parcels are located at the southwest corner of West 104th Avenue and Sheridan Boulevard. Next slide, please. One of the development applications filed as a part of the proposed Semper Gardens development is the request for an amendment to the land use designation of the comprehensive plan for the north parcel from residential R3.5 to residential R5, and for the center and south parcels from residential R3.5 to residential R8. Next slide, please. Section 11.521 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing land use plan amendments. Staff finds that the comprehensive plan amendments generally meet these criteria as outlined in the agenda memo. Several examples of these criteria are that the amendment is consistent with the vision, intent, and policies of the comprehensive plan, that the amendment provides for the orderly physical growth of the city, and that the amendment will not negatively impact infrastructure and city services. For those selected example criteria, staff finds that the amendment meets several of the comprehensive plan goals and policies relating to a balance of housing mix, that the amendments do allow for the orderly growth of the city, and that the impacts of the amendments to city infrastructure will generally be a negligible impact. Next slide, please. Another development application proposes to rezone the north and center parcels from O1 to PUD, planned unit development. The south parcel was already rezoned to PUD as a part of a prior development application that never proceeded to construction. Rezoning to PUD is a requirement of City Code, Section 1152, that property larger than 2 acres in size must be rezoned to either planned unit development, specific plan district, or O1. Given the proposed comprehensive plan designations, planned unit development is the appropriate zoning designation for this proposed development. Next slide, please. The last development application being considered is for a new preliminary development plan for all 3 parcels. The proposed PDP would allow for 202 residential units in a combination of single-family detached and single-family attached houses. The single-family attached houses would only be allowed on the easternmost portion of the site between Ames Street and Sheridan Boulevard. The PDP would maintain 102nd Avenue in its current alignment with no direct driveway access. The PDP proposes 3 new roads that the developer would construct: 101st Avenue, 103rd Avenue, and Ames Street. The new 101st Avenue would connect to the existing stoplight on Sheridan Boulevard and provide much needed access for the existing and future residents to a signalized intersection so they can have a more efficient path to turn north on Sheridan Boulevard. The PDP also designates 6.2 acres of land on the north side of the site that would be dedicated to the city to meet the public land dedication requirement. Next slide, please. Section 11514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing rezonings and new preliminary development plans. Staff finds that the rezoning and preliminary development plan generally meet these criteria as outlined in the agenda memo. Several examples of these criteria are that the PDP is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all city codes and policies, that the PDP is compatible and harmonious with existing public and private development in the surrounding area, and that the PDP will not preclude future public land dedications. For those selected example criteria, staff finds that the PDP as proposed meets the applicant's proposed comprehensive plan amendments, that the PDP is compatible with existing developments in the surrounding area, and that the PDP will not preclude future land dedications. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation is to hold a public hearing and recommend that the City Council approve the comprehensive plan amendments, the rezonings, and PDP. Next slide, please. Staff finds that a recommendation of approval of the applications would meet the city's strategic plan goals of foster and maintain a beautiful, desirable, safe, and environmentally responsible city and advance the city's long-term sustainability to provide ongoing excellence in city services and a well-planned community that meets the needs of residents now and in the future. The plans provide for additional city open space and expanded trails and will increase the housing diversity throughout the city. The applicant is with us tonight and also has a presentation to share with you as well. Thank you for your attention, and there are several staff members with us this evening, and we would be happy to answer any questions you would have after the applicant's presentation.
Thank you, Jacob, and thank you, commissioners. I am Jeff Willis. I am the president and owner of Berkeley Homes, 10630 East Bethany Drive, Aurora. And we are very happy to be here tonight to present to you our first step in what we believe is an exciting new neighborhood for Westminster. The process to get you to this tonight has taken nearly 4 years. Extensive thought and effort has gone into developing our plan with the input of city staff and adjacent neighborhoods. Next slide. As you can see, and as Jacob mentioned, the plan presented tonight includes 3 separate parcels: the northern, the center, and the southern parcel. Each of these parcels has had various development proposals over the years. But to my knowledge, this is the only time all 3 have been planned together as one cohesive neighborhood. We believe that is a huge benefit to the city that we will discuss later. Here's a brief, next slide, please. Here's a brief look at our agenda tonight, and we will try to move through this quickly. Next slide. Who we are. Next slide. This team consists of Berkeley Homes, the Partner Group, who is in charge of our neighborhood outreach, PCS Group, Land Planning, and Cage Civil Engineers. Next slide. Berkeley Homes is a privately owned local Denver home builder. We have been building in the metro area since 1985 and have built 3 recent communities within Westminster. Skyline Greens at 88th and Lowell, Schoenberg Greens at 73rd and Sheridan, and Connections at 88th and Yates. We are very proud of the great working relationship we have developed with the city staff and the community over the past decade, and look forward to working with staff and neighbors in the coming years ahead. Marcus Partner will go through the details of the plan and process. But to begin the presentation, I want to highlight a few things about what this plan is and what this plan isn't. Next slide, please. Our housing plan has 4 different housing types, meeting a wide variety of housing prices, preferences, and staff recommendations. Our plan has 6.2 acres of public land dedication, or PLD, that is contiguous with existing city open space. Our plan has a 4-way lighted intersection at 101st and Sheridan, providing a much-needed northbound turn onto Sheridan. And our plan has a cohesive, integrated plan of 3 separate parcels with associated benefits for PLD, park space, and traffic circulation. What our plan doesn't have are apartments. Our plan doesn't have homes taller than 2 stories. Our plan does not have attached homes adjacent to existing neighborhoods. And our plan does not have large water-intensive use lots. With that, I will turn the rest of the presentation over to Marcus Partner. Thank you again.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. Thank you very much. Marcus Pockner, 130 Rampart Way, Denver, Colorado. I will pick up here on the community engagement. If we can go to the next slide. I would like to just describe here the framework for collaboration that we created with the neighborhood groups. We met first with the adjacent neighbors. You see in the lower circle, the most affected neighbors, including Waverly Acres, Highland Greens, as you noticed across the street, across Sheridan, and Highland Meadows, the neighbors just to the south of us. We also work with the civic users, the rec center across the way, neighborhood businesses, and then with the Chamber of Commerce. Next slide, please. This shows you a little bit, and we're going to show you some conceptual site plans different than normal for a comp plan and a PDP, because this is the planning process that we've gone through with the neighborhood. As Jeff mentioned, it's almost been a 3- and 4-year process. This is what we did. We went in 2019 and had focus groups. As you saw in your backup file, there were different letters or stages. In 2019, as we would come to the neighborhood, we would get a lot of feedback. They would send a lot of feedback to the city. So we decided to break up into focus group, Waverly Acres, north and south, and then the neighbors across the street to really address this site holistically. You can see in 2020, we did the same thing, working with the same focus groups, and then again in 2021. Overall, we had a total of 12 meetings. We have said we are doing this together. We are doing a comp plan and a PDP so that we can show the changes that we have had and incorporate those, so we give the verification to the neighbors that those are being included. Next slide, please. As we go to the land use plan, next slide, Jacob, thank you. This shows, and again, kind of walking you through the evolution of this community planning. This was our original site plan. And frankly, I saw a lot of letters in 2019 to the city. We were very focused on the products, the 4 different type of homes. And you see on the south side of that dark color, we had townhomes. That really brought a lot of people out, transitioning to the neighborhood to the south of us. People wanted to understand that. We had larger lots. We didn't have a lot of open space. It was really more against the existing neighborhood of Waverly Acres. If you go to the next, I will point out that was 208 units in that slide, or in 2019. Next slide, please. This shows that community compromise, what we heard from that first year of focus groups. They said, we want to see no connection of the roundabout. That's in the northwest corner there on Eaton. We don't want to see a roadway connection. We don't want the new neighborhood to connect from a roadway into our neighborhood. We agreed. We want to see additional parks and open space. We want to see housing orientation change. So it's not at an angle, that there's more of a true backyard, and really see that. They also wanted to talk about limiting traffic impacts, better trail connectivity, and for sale housing. So again, we use that plan. Next slide. This shows that 2020, where we ended up in 2020. We came back to the city with an update. They worked with us, of course, talking about the open space. As you can see, the townhomes now have moved to Sheridan. We have moved the edges older. The only attached product is along Sheridan, and you start to see that the only product on the west and north that touches the existing neighborhood is all single family detached. It mirrors their products. It's the right thing. We're still struggling, though. You can see how far we go north into that great trail that's just there. We really don't have the PLD that we need. So next slide. We come back in 2020 and we do another round of focus groups. This shows that same discussion. As you can see, the neighborhood very astutely and city staff focus on the open space, the PLD. How do we make better trail connections, centralize that park amenity? You can see that we move all of a sudden. That park is not exterior along Sheridan. It actually comes into the neighborhood, becomes an amenity for the existing Waverly Park. You can also see that there are only townhomes, not in this other section, that become a very clear thing that people said, we do not want townhomes in the southern section, only on the north part and only against Sheridan. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. So again, the next slide shows here the 2021 plan. Again, the evolution. I think a much more orderly plan with some terrific benefits for the existing neighborhood. You see single family detached, 2 different sizes, large lot and small lot, paired homes, and then the townhomes. You start to see, again, we're still around 200 units, 202 units. That northern parcel will only at 4.18 dwelling units per acre. So really reflecting the current edges. Next slide. I know, again, that's very strange to show a full conceptual site plan, but this is the process we've gone through with the neighbors so they can understand where we're walking through. This shows you a little more evolution of that, seeing the PLD to the north. I'll talk about that more. But importantly, the separation from the backyards or side yards of Waverly Acres. All of those homes, we can see different distances, 60, 70, 80, focused on setbacks, or excuse me, from structure to structure, and also just really having more like a backyard, that they're all facing other single family homes that have the same product. You see along Federal, a 75-foot setback as well. Next slide. This is the southern parcel. Jacob was right. Of course, it is 3 parcels today, but this is now consolidated into 2. So this is the central and southern, again, 75 feet, really seeing an appropriate setback from every neighbor, honoring their traditional neighborhood pattern. Next slide. This is the process, and you can go to the next one that we follow here. You all know it very well, as Jacob went through in great detail, the comp plan, the PLD, and the rezoning. Again, doing these together so we can provide certainty to the neighborhood that we're following through on the promises. Next slide. And one more. I think, so the land use plan, this is the comprehensive plan, specifically to talk a little bit about that. I just put parcel 1 and 2 again, just acknowledging this. You can see the existing context. Waverly Acres is 3.5. Across the street, immediately across Sharon, is a senior home. It's R8. So we are touching an R8 parcel there, parcel 1, and then to the south of this is also R8. You'll notice that the newest portions built on Sheridan are R8, right? It's the orderly, some appropriate density on an arterial road there. I will come back again. So let's go to the next slide. Talk just individually what we're proposing. Again, the northern section, we're going to R5 from R3.5. And then the southern is to R8 from R3.5. So I'll talk about those in detail. Next slide. First, we'll focus on that northern section to R5. In the comp plan, as shown in the next slide, details what is difference between the R3.5 to R5. As you all know, that certainly means an uptick a little bit in density, right? Goes from 3.5 dwelling units to 5. But most importantly, and frankly, the reason it's most important is it also eliminates the minimum lot size. We have very large lot, single family homes all over Westminster, and we need a housing variety. We need that. So they have a minimum, in R35 is a minimum of 7,000 square feet. Interestingly enough, Waverly Acres today, because it's an older neighborhood, it's happened in a lot of Westminster neighborhoods, Jacob talked about it in the site plan, is actually at a density over 4 and it has minimum lots below 7,000. It has it today. It just happened the way it's there. So it's very consistent. So as we make this transition, you see here what's allowed in the R5, single family detached, attached, duplexes, and townhomes. Those are the uses, the 4 types of housing that we're allowing in. Again, what we're really trying to avoid are large lot, resource consumption, highest price points, the things that we really want to provide the variety in the city. Next slide. This talks about these changes, increase housing diversity and provide density transition, two of the fundamental parts of the guiding principles of the comp plan and the housing needs assessments. Create opportunities to buffer existing residents with single family homes and then transition. Also protect view corridors and a variety of lot size. So that really summarizes why we've looked at the R5. Again, we've ended up in that site plan I showed you at 4.18. It is incredibly consistent with the existing neighborhood. And again, we want to honor those patterns and everything that we've learned from the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This shows the southern parcel now from R8 or to R8 from R3.5. I want to talk a little bit that feels like a little bit more of a jump, but I just want to talk about what that means. So if you go to the next slide, this shows again what an R8 is. As you all know, the understanding of that again, more density, 8 dwelling units per acre. It also has the same housing types that we're after, the townhomes, the duplexes, paired homes, and the 2 single family attached. So the next slide goes through why we've looked at having an R8 here. Again, many of the same factors, provide a balanced housing mix, housing diversity, buffering along Sheridan. And I'm going to get to transportation as well. A very important connection is made here at 101st, a full movement intersection for this neighborhood that they have so desperately needed, but there is some buffering and some severe slope. Also, this R8, the southern section, and I'll come back to this, we had to move the PLD and the open space at the request of the community to the northern parcels to make this project work and to have appropriate density that made the southern parcel have a little more density. So that's why you see the R8. But most importantly, we waived out the townhomes in this section. So we are achieving R8, but we are doing it with paired homes, single family detached, and single family. We have waived out prohibited townhomes. Next slide. Again, I won't go, these are other phrases from the comp plan. Jacob did a remarkable job in the staff report about how it's supported. The next slide goes to the 2017 housing needs assessment. We need diversity of housing available for purchase. These are all for purchase units that we are providing in the neighborhood. Next slide. This shows you now the context, and I think it really makes a lot of sense. The existing neighborhood is R3.5, but it lives at R4. Then we are R5. Your transition across Sheridan is an R8 senior housing, very dense product. We are R8 then, and then south of us, the Meadows, Highland Meadows is R8 as well. Minimum, they have some lots there as small as 3,000 square feet. Complete context makes sense on an arterial road. So that completes the PDP, or excuse me, the comp plan presentation. Now transitioning to the preliminary development plan. Next slide. Maybe the one after that. You all are experts in what is contained in a preliminary development plan. Again, we're doing this together so people know that we're actually honoring what we promised them and really reflecting those, incorporating those changes we heard from the neighborhood. Next slide. These are all the cover pages. You see all the things that are in this, most importantly, the site plan. And I just want to point out a couple of things in the 2 parcels that we have made sure to put in the PDP to provide this for the neighbors. Next slide. This shows the trails and connections, the roadways that are being constructed. I'll talk about those in just a few minutes. It also specifically prohibits townhomes in the southern parcel, and it goes through that, and it talks about the roadway connections. One thing I want to note here, because you really see it, all of our traffic stays unique into our neighborhood. There is no flow into the existing neighborhood. The existing neighborhood will flow through this site, but there is no traffic generated from our site that will actually go into the neighborhood. So rare to have an infill parcel have that condition where we're against 2 arterials and really able to provide that buffer of noise and sound and provide better access. Next slide, please. I do want to focus on a few things that I think are remarkable opportunities that Jeff talked about. We don't think there's ever been these 3 parcels owned together. So you've never had a cohesive view of PLD, transportation planning, and really the best options for the city. So next slide. This shows the PLD. We think this is the most important planning element, why we have R8 on the south as well. The PLD is now on the north side there. We're dedicating 6.2 all in land dedication. So we're meeting the requirements 1168B, with a full PLD dedication, and we're connecting that middle Highlands Creek open space. We'll do a trail that we're constructing as well on the south side of the creek, and of course that moves out to the west to the Highline Canal Trail, the Farmers Highland. Next slide. This shows the overall open space. Again, 6.2 acres of PLD. We have a private park of 1.6. Total, we're at 8 acres, which is over 40% of the site that we get to have here for open space, not just for us, but for the existing neighborhood, and most importantly, the view corridors and the regional trail and open space to the north of us. Next slide. This is that view from the south side of the creek there. This is what we are able to put in, and it'll allow a trail there to really make that connection, the view across the creek valley to the west and the Farmers Highline. The next slide shows the private park. You know that designation, it's open to all, but a private park. There you see the view corridors below that image there on the right. Kind of looking to the west, you see the homes that are framed there. Again, all 2-story homes, but you see kind of the private park amenity. Next slide. One more view of that private park. Again, understanding things we heard from the neighborhood, parks that they can access, play equipment, things that they wanted to have there. There are actually a lot of parks in this area. You just can't get to them from this neighborhood, right? You have to cross Sheridan and get out of that. So this provides really a park connected to the open space. Next slide, there is a view corridor, protected view corridor here. I'm just showing this along 104th. One thing that's important to note, this slide, and then you see the next one, you don't really notice the difference. You see maybe one home pop there on the very left of that view corridor. That's important to protect that view shed there to the west along 104th. Next slide, please. This is just conceptual architecture, but we have shown it at every neighborhood meeting and gotten comments on it. Next slide. I just want to be clear here. This is the larger lot, single family detached. Again, Berkeley has had a terrific relationship here and really knows the market. Next slide shows the smaller lot. Every product we are proposing are 2-story. All of them are the same height that we're showing, so we really get to feel that integration. Next slide as well. This shows the paired homes. So if you are across the street, which I think there's a number of neighbors here from Highland Greens, they will see a 2-story product as well that lives like a single family home. Next slide, please. We call this community planning. One more. This is the things that we've been able to incorporate into the site from the community. Single family detached at all edges, full PLD land dedication inland, 2-story product to provide better edges, just like the existing neighborhoods. Attached product along Sheridan only. Along Sheridan only is the only attached product in both the R8 and the R5. Next slide, please. I do want to show this, why this matters on the 3 parcels. You see, it's kind of hard to read, but those 3 parcels and what would be generated from them in PLD. Also, you would have very small parcels with not meaningful PLD. So the fact that this is in one ownership, you get this unique opportunity. You actually get about 1.5 acres more PLD, and it's very useful. It allows us to put all of that together and really consolidate the trails there at the south side of the creek. Next slide. Again, the open space that we're bringing to the site, I think is great for all of the neighborhoods, including across the street, a total of 40% of the site. Next slide. I saved it because I think it's the most important from the livability of the community. The transportation that is added. Today, if you're in Waverly Acres, and you all may know this, there is not a safe passage that you can make left to go north on Sheridan. There is not a light that allows you out of that neighborhood. So today what happens, you see the little arrow there that says 101st. They do a right turn, they go down to 100 and do a U-turn and go northbound on Sheridan. It's a very dangerous condition, or you can go further south and come out south of this picture. There is not a protected, there is not safe passage there. We are adding a full movement intersection there. We think that is vital for the existing neighborhood. As you heard Jacob describe, we're also putting the existing right in, right out at 102nd, and then building 103rd and that roadway. I would just point out again, we have done a full traffic study. The study and the city staff reported that it was a negligible impact. Again, we are only adding approximately 40 to 50 units over what's allowed today. On Sheridan, respectfully, it's a very negligible impact on the traffic trips that are there today. Next slide. You all understand the approval criteria. I'll go to the following slide. Jacob went to great detail in the staff report about how we believe that. I believe that we are in full compliance with all of the comp plan land use approval amendments. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have on that. Next slide. And you can skip to the next one there. This just shows some, again, snippets from the comp plan, well-designed, attractive neighborhoods. Next slide, a balanced housing mix, again, from the comp plan. The following slide shows the 2017 housing needs assessment. We need to increase the diversity of housing available for purchase. That is something that is vital in the city of Westminster, and we have a great opportunity. Next slide. We have to have a two-pronged approach, is what it outlined. Residential housing products build in older neighborhoods through infill and enable greater diversity offered by new construction. Next slide, please. One more. Sorry to be rolling through this, but I want to be quick. This is the PDP approval criteria. Again, staff went through how we meet all of the approval criteria. We are happy to address them, but I think we tried to do that throughout the presentation. The next slide does show some of the guiding principles that we have followed, the vision and guiding principles, balanced housing mix, environmental stewardship, those smaller lots more efficient. I will be happy to answer any questions about water usage on the site. Again, we are very effective in the lot size and the way that we're approaching the sustainability, and then also the PDP compliance, looking at Metro Vision 2035, the comp plan, and the housing needs assessment. Next slide. I think that completes our presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So at this point in time, I'd like to remind the commissioners that we have staff and the applicant here if we want to have any questions or comments. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I have a couple of questions. First, just on let's just go on the traffic there. That's traffic signal at 101st that's proposed. Is that an existing traffic signal or is that a new traffic signal?
Sure. And I'll probably say it the wrong way, Commissioner, but it's a three-legged intersection today, right? So it'll be a full movement intersection. So the intersection is there. It just does not extend to the west to the north.
And there's already a traffic light there. We're just adding a head to the west.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's perfect. That answers that question. The other question, as far as the land use changes, and this may get beyond, this is going to be for water use. So per your slideshow and my mathematics as well, 137 units are contemplated for that site at the present time. By this land use change, we could go up to as high as 235 units with the mix of R8 and R5, and you're proposing 202 units, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right, got it. Now, and this may be a question for staff, but
Sure.
We asked the staff, or the staff told us last time and has been consistent saying that we have enough water for our existing comp plan without too many deviations. I'd like to address this because this, unlike other projects we've seen that were already contemplated and were coming in less, this is coming in more. And by my mathematics, we're about 47% more units than are contemplated, which seems to me to be more than just an insignificant deviation over our water plan. So I'd like some comments, please.
Absolutely. That's an excellent comment, Commissioner Carpenter. So as you know, this is within the comp plan currently as R3.5. They are requesting to change the comp plan from R3.5 to R5 for a portion of it and R3.5 to R8 for a different portion. Interestingly, R3.5 and R5 use a very similar amount of water. R3.5 uses more outdoor water. R5 uses more indoor. However, the R3.5 to the R8 does use more water than the R3.5 does. So if you look at the agenda memo that we have, we called this a moderate water supply impact. To put that in perspective, It's not an amount where we see it in our increments in our model, but it is such that if we were to, or if you and council were to approve 2 or 3 of these, that it would get to the point of impacting the water supply in a way that we would be able to see it in the model.
Okay. What, just for our edification, what you say that an R3.5 and an R5 use roughly the same amount of water, probably because there's more outdoor space to irrigate for an R3.5 versus an R5. But what, and you said there's a substantial one. Can you give me what those factors are in like a ballpark, like an R5 is if it's 1-to-1 for an R3.5 and R5 for water use, but if it's an R, what's the ratio from an R3.5 to an R8?
So I don't have those numbers in front of me. For ballpark impact to water supply, we don't give exact numbers, but I can give a range. We'd be looking at in the realm of 6 to 12 acre feet of impact.
Okay. Out and 6 to 12 acre feet of impact over what's the acre? What's the denominator? For the entire
For the
system?
entire project.
Yeah, for the entire project. I'm
Yep.
saying, but this is 6 to 12 additional acre feet for the entire project.
Yes.
And what's our total acre feet as far as usage for the city, so we can see what that looks, because if we're what's our total acre feet again?
I can get back to you on that.
I mean, I just,
Yeah.
I need to know, I just want to know what our actual impact is here before we.
Maybe it would help to put it in this kind of perspective. You can assume there's 3 to 4 single family residential homes that can be supported on 1 acre foot. So if you're looking for a way to kind of put brackets around what 6 to 12 acre feet means, that could be a metric to use. So if you're at the 6 acre feet, that would be, up to 24 single family residential homes is about what that would equate to. I don't have the total. I don't have all my calculations in front of me, but I can get that information to you if it's.
That helps, but I would like to know what just, for this project and for moving forward, like when.
That's a good
at least
metric.
Council hasn't given any sort of directive as far as water usage or anything, these land use changes yet, have they?
This will be our first since I've been here that has anything more than a negligible impact. So this is new territory.
Okay, clear. Thank you. Oh, please give your name.
Sure. I apologize. My name is Sarah Borgers. I'm the Water Resources and Quality Manager in Public Works and Utilities for the City of Westminster, yes. I apologize. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Those are my questions at this point.
Perfect. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Tomachek?
This is a question for the city. As I understand it, the Highlands, maybe get the right development name here. The development to the south was built in the 1980s. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And the senior residence across the way was early 2000s?
I believe so.
Okay. So what's the next nearest R8 beyond those two?
The next nearest R8 is to the east on 104th, and it's inside Legacy Ridge. I might get the name of the street wrong. It's not as far as Lowell, but it's in between Lowell and Legacy Ridge Parkway. There's an R8 townhome development on the north side of 104th within Legacy Ridge.
Okay.
And there's also another R8 duplex development directly north on, also in Legacy Ridge. This is Legacy Ridge, a very new filing that was just built about 6 years ago, and that includes duplexes directly adjacent to Sheridan at the Big Dry Creek.
Okay. And this is for the developers. You use a term get it so that I say it properly. Apologize for being slow here. There, courtyard single family. What, I've not heard that term before. Could you explain it to us?
Would you come to the mic, please? Thank you.
There we go.
Generally, those are homes that are served on an alley, so the garages are in the rear. And rather than having a dedicated front yard each home, it's more of a communal front yard that's maintained by the HOA. So it's a common maintenance, common irrigation. We've built those similarly at Schoenberg Greens and at Connections, if you'd like to drive through and take a look. But it allows, it's really attractive to both empty nesters and young families that want more of that lock and leave, where they don't have to maintain a big front yard with the HOA.
Okay. And did I notice that those were on the west side abutting up against the existing?
That's correct.
Okay. Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tomczyk. Anything else from commission at this time? Commissioner Dunn?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very quickly for the applicant, what are your plans to build for sustainability and renewable energy?
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'll talk just, if I may, about sustainability and kind of water usage, that part of it. I do want to address the questions earlier. I know the city, and I will never, Sarah knows so much more about everything on water resource. The thing we have done is we've worked with our engineering team to do an analysis already of the site. And actually, because of those large lots that happen in an R3.5, our proposal here will actually have less irrigated land than an R3.5 would. So we will actually have that because of the townhomes, the way they live, the difference of that. So we have done an analysis at that peak irrigation water flow that we're showing here will actually use less water than what's proposed on an R3.5. You're asking, sir, what are we actually incorporating into our visual homes? And also, I think the thing I would say is start outside the home, and then I'll have Jeff answer the rest. We are showing that only the large lot, single family detached, will have a backyard and turf. That's the only one. The others will not have irrigated space. So outside the home, 50% of the water usage, that will be drip irrigation only and no turf on those. So Jeff, if you can talk a little bit about inside the home, the sustainability measures.
Sure. Unfortunately, I can't give you specific details. That comes further along when we get into the ODP process, but I can say that Berkeley Homes has a long history of building sustainable homes in a variety of different forms, whether that's Energy Star rated or solar. If you drive through Connections, those are all solar served homes. So I think as we get more into the details of this community, we'd be looking at those different options as well. Sorry, I don't have more specifics.
It's all right. Thank you, gentlemen.
We can't ask the questions just yet. I'm sorry, we have to wait until the public hearing is opened. That's coming up next. Thank you. Nothing else from commission at this time, so I'd like to go ahead and move to the next part of the meeting, and that is the public hearing. And I'd just like to remind everyone that public testimony has been received in the form of emails and/or voicemails that will be played during this live meeting so it can be entered into the permanent record. Also like to remind those who wish to give comments and signed up in advance of the meeting, per the online guidelines, they will be called upon in order to speak during this live meeting. And Jennifer, we have 3 chairs down here. We're gonna do the in-person portion of the public testimony first, and then we're gonna end with the voicemails. Okay.
So I'm going to call 3 speakers at a time. If you would please come and position yourselves up at the front of the room here. And as soon as the speaker that is at the podium is finished, if that person will take your seat, and then I'll call 3 up after that. So the first 3 speakers this evening, and I'm apologizing ahead of time if I butcher names, Sharon Seiler, Karen Clavity, and John Palmer. Again, Sharon Sealer, Karen Clavity, and John Palmer. And Sharon, you're free to approach the podium as you're up first.
Okay.
Are you Sharon? Yep, go ahead.
Sharon, before you start, let me give one quick more reminder to everyone that's going to be speaking tonight. We would ask all public speakers when you step up to the podium, full name and address, know where you live for the record. Limit your comments to 5 minutes. Those following later on in their comments, if you agree with somebody who has already spoken, then please state that, and that's in the public record as well. Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Seiler. My husband and I have lived in Highland Greens for more than 30 years. I and others had a petition drive regarding the rezoning of the subject property. 700 signatures from residents were obtained affecting this rezoning. Among our concerns is the traffic light at 101st and Sheridan becoming a 4-way traffic light, which would allow residents of Berkeley Homes and Waverly Acres to head east through that intersection, cutting through Highland Greens to 104th to avoid the intersection at 104th and Sheridan. The 101st intersection was never intended to be a 4-way intersection, nor a thoroughfare or a shortcut through Highland Greens neighborhood. This is a traffic safety issue and safety concern for the 500+ families of Highland Greens and negatively impacts the property values on the homes that run along 101st and the rest of Highland Greens as well. During the last Berkeley Homes representation, the issue of through traffic was presented, and the Berkeley Homes response was any through traffic would probably be minimal, while admitting that no traffic study had been prepared that he was aware of. Prior to that statement, he had already acknowledged the already congested traffic on Sheridan Boulevard, as well as the intersection of 104th and Sheridan. Highland Village, the new senior center home, the downtown Westminster project has added to vehicle increased traffic. The Berkeley rezoning would add an additional 400+ vehicles to that congestion. Also, per the city of Westminster, there are approximately 1,000 housing units scheduled to come online with attendant increased traffic prior to the Berkeley property breaking ground or shortly thereafter. Lastly, we oppose the rezoning. There is no reason to change the zoning except for the benefit of Berkeley. What are the benefits to Westminster? What are the benefits to Waverly Acres and Highland Green? There are none. If there are benefits, Berkeley needs to point out exactly what those benefits are. Why push for higher density when we already have it at downtown Westminster and Highland Village? The answer is simple. It's economically beneficial for Berkeley. If the current zoning for the property is not profitable and necessitates a zoning change to make their project viable, then maybe this is not the best project for Berkeley. Until we know the impact and consequences, no rezoning for higher density should be considered. Without a traffic study and a projection of increased traffic profit impact, how can rezoning be determined? Has a traffic study been prepared? If so, what does it reveal? And can we get a copy of it? All of the benefits for rezoning favor Berkeley homes. Developers develop, move on, and residents bear the consequences. Why? Why would the city of Westminster allow that to happen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next is Karen Clavity, followed by John Palmer and Deb Coughlin. If you would go ahead and get up in the queue. And one quick reminder, when you are speaking at the podium, please, especially for the benefit of those at home, the podium does move up and down for those that need it to be a little taller or shorter. And if you can please lean into the mic and speak very loudly, that would greatly help us. We very much appreciate it. So Karen, go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name is Karen Calavity, 9940 Westcliff Parkway. And just in general, I'm seeing a lot of development projects being attempted here in Westminster. And there comes a point when we're talking about sustainability, it's not just about, you know, the water use or something like that. It has to do with the fact that we're using up land for humans to just use up. There's a concern in the world in general, and in the United States and in Colorado, about there's a 30 by 30 policy that's saying we should set aside 30% of our lands for other things besides human use. And with climate change and buffering capacity and heat islands, we've got to start saying that, you know, a sustainable house doesn't just mean you use less irrigation. It means you don't cover the site with concrete and asphalt and impervious coverage. So I'm just getting a little annoyed with this idea. The sustainability means you don't use so much water, but cover the earth with everything possible except for what grasses and plants and animals should be using. It's just getting overdone. I have some sheets. This is a Harvard professor who's talking about what we need to do as a human species to protect ourselves and others from our own greed, our own population explosion. So I'd like to pass this along because we cannot just keep building.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay, next up is John Palmer, followed by Deb Coughlin. I didn't see anyone come forward. Deb, are you still with us? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Then we'll move on to, after John Palmer, Greg. I'm so sorry, Greg. Greg, you'll be next if you want to come on up to the front, please. Followed by Howard Akrish. If you want to queue on up, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Okay, John Palmer. I object to this again, this hearing going on under the documents.
John, real quick, address for the record.
Oh, 8571 Lowell.
Thank you.
We could go through this all again, the code issue, but if you would be willing and Jennifer would be willing to enter in my prior comments into this public hearing and said documents in.
Yes, it will be part of the public record.
Basically same comments on that. But I do object to this development. There were a lot of unanswered questions. Basically, how does this affect our core services, specifically the fire and police, as we're currently understaffed per the national standards, substantially understaffed, and that was addressed last night. I haven't heard anything about the fire and EMS access to this property or how that will affect the neighbors. Adding over 500 people to this development, how does that affect our long-range comp plan, the 2013 comp plan, and the population count? I don't think that's been addressed by staff. They talk about the private parks and the public parks, but yet they haven't disclosed who's going to pay for these parks, how soon will they be built? I didn't hear any mention of special tax district, if there's going to be one, and what the percentage would be. Haven't heard any mention of if there'll be an HOA for this development or what those dues would possibly be. Haven't heard any price points on any of these properties. Next, I'd like to take a minute and talk about Berkeley. I don't know if any of you have driven down Yates lately, but take a look at the Berkeley development that was there and what a disaster it is, the south end. They've let the grass all die, the trees all die. It's a disaster. Their little water retention area is disgusting. I also like to talk about that was the connections we were talking about. I'd also like to talk about the project over at 88th and Lowell. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of that project, but I live in that area. The Berkeley contractors have not been good neighbors to us. They drive up and down the street with uncovered loads to the tune of 10 to 15 dump trucks an hour. We're not talking the big dump trucks. The trash that blows off the property. When the property was originally started and they were doing dirt work, they neglected to water the dirt so it wasn't blowing over into the schoolyard. Is that what the people in this neighborhood can expect from this developer? I think it's some questions that need to be asked or answered. I guess that's it. I'm hoping that you councilors will get to the bottom of some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
Okay, Greg is next, followed by Howard, and then we have Sandra. And thank you for not making me pronounce your last name.
Everybody take a second here and just give a little stretch. I know how hard it is to sit for that long. So if you need to stand up and stretch, feel free to do that. Thank you for hearing us today. I just wanted to quickly comment on a couple things.
Before you get started.
Oh, sorry. Greg
name and address.
Yassison.
Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
Greg Yassison, 10250 Benton Street. We are right there in that neighborhood that connects. We'd like to, again, propose that the properties to the south of and west of 104th Sheridan, we're asking that you please keep the designation of 3.5. My family and I've lived next to this land. We expected that it would eventually be developed. It really should stay at that 3.5 level. Sadly, the once beautiful trees there at the Semper House on 101st are a testimony to what progress looks like, right? Survived for decades, and now they're the consequence of progress and regulation. For those in attendance at the last meeting on December 2nd with Berkeley, we appreciate them having that meeting. We didn't receive a link to the recording or a copy of the deck, which was unfortunate. It's been up to the residents really to keep their own notes and track information. And to reiterate, if it wasn't clear from the other comments that were given previously to them, the residents in Waverly Acres and in Highland Meadows were against any townhomes being built. I cannot say that clearly enough. We were against any townhomes being built in that area. Any other comments are misrepresented. And I understand maybe they made that assumption, but we do not want townhomes in that area. Cannot be communicated in strong enough terms. Number of houses really has not changed. Anywhere from 200 houses, 199 in 2020, 2021, we're back up to 202. We talked about that already. A builder hasn't really moved much on their end. regardless of the zoning. It's just accomplished by moving things around. The north parcel, again, 25.6 acres. They're requesting 107 residences to be built and stated at 4.26 units per acre. But that's not what it's going to feel like. And I want you to really think about that. It's not what it's going to feel like. The PLD is 6 acres, park's 1.2. We appreciate a park. It's fantastic. We already have a park down connected to open space at the bottom. Take that out, and what you end up with is something that is very close to R8. You end up with 6 to 7 houses per acre in the area that they will be developing. And if you look at that, right next to the one right below it, which is also R8, what you end up with is a whole lot of R8. Does not talk well to the R8 across the way, which is the senior homes, because those senior homes are nestled back and away from the land. I'll skip traffic since we talked a lot about that, but I will just mention one thing, and that is the U-turn is inconvenient at times, but in the 20 years I've lived there, I have not had an issue with, and have never seen an accident at that intersection. What we have seen in the last few years is an accident just last month, which unfortunately took the life of a young woman who was trying to turn into the rec center because the congestion at 104th and Sheridan, sorry. We had just left that rec center. We had just left that rec center celebrating a Stanley Lake High School boys soccer team banquet. Sorry. So many families have gone through there. Knowing that that could have been us is incredibly frustrating. The last traffic study that we have access to is from 2008. And if you look at that larger traffic study, which reaches all the way to Wadsworth and all the way to Federal, you will see that 104th and Sheridan, 12 years ago, 2008 to 2021, 13 years ago, this was already 13 years ago, the most dense, the most used intersection that we have. Surrounding area, I'd like to just want to talk about the surrounding area quickly. Consistency in Westminster. This planning commission should be put on a focus of regarding value in our developments, regaining value. The focus in this order should be on city culture, residential experience, services, and retail. And since I'm almost out of time here, I will just say, if you want to look at what development looks like when it's unplanned, when you have a bit too much diversity all in one neighborhood, I would ask you to look directly across from the miniature golf right there, just north of 92nd. And you can see what has become of having too much diversity in one development. You have wonderful houses, and then you have townhomes, which would have fit in that area. And then you have 4 apartment complexes, which really just don't fit. And I'm sorry, I am over time. Just one last comment. If you would take the moment at one point in the next few days to just drive north on Sheridan at a couple different times during the day would be great. But I'd like you to look at and see the standoff of land, standoff of houses, standoff of, and what I mean by that is the distance between the street and the actual existing residences. And then as you hit, just before you hit that top there at 100th, I want you to remember that about 33 feet away on the side, you will see townhomes and duplexes all the way across just before you hit to 104th. It will definitely change the view. I understand the developers, and I very much appreciate these gentlemen and ladies who do this for a living. This is their business. Our business is living, and our business is trying to keep our city within.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Howard, followed by Sandra, and then Tom Pringle. If you want to make your way up into the seats up there, you'll be on deck as well. Thank you.
I am Howard Akrish. I live at 3431 West 106th Place.
Probably need to lean a little closer to the mic, please.
Okay, that better?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for hearing me. I'm a 40-plus year resident of Westminster, and recently I attended a town hall, and one lady who is at that town hall was a former city council member for another municipality. And one of the comments she said very passionately is that citizens need to get more involved in the ongoings of what happens in city government. And so we should attend city hall meetings, and in this case, the planning commission meeting. So I'm taking her up on that. There has been a lot of change in Westminster since I moved here. It was a bedroom community. I felt that the city government was very well run. It had very high priority in taking into consideration quality of life of its citizens. And I felt city government had my back and I didn't really need to actively participate. Unfortunately, over the last 10 to 15 years, I feel that's not the case any longer. I feel that city government does not really represent the interests of its citizens. And I felt compelled to add some perspective, and it'll be anecdotally from my perspective on the effect of out of control development is having on our city. I can't drive anywhere in Westminster without seeing pretty new high density apartment, townhome and other facilities being built everywhere. And it's affecting our quality of life as a citizen of Westminster. Recently, there was a development at near the Wishbone restaurant, and I remember watching the city council debates where a question was asked. There was like 20 people out of 2,000 respondents in that area that voted for that development. And several of the council members said, well, we still think it was the right thing to do. And that really shocked me in that, well, if that's the case, then are they really listening to the residents' interests? Now, when I have no issues with developers, they have to make a living like anybody else, but I make a living where I live. And unfortunately, my quality of life has not been getting better, it's been getting worse. And from that development I just mentioned, since about the time that development was completed, I can't go through next door or Ring neighborhood without hearing several comments every day about car thefts, about porch pirates, about catalytic converter thefts, and trespassing on private property. All, it seems, from the location stemming from that development. So it's making our neighborhoods less safe, not more safe. And building high density developments and packing more people into a small space is, I think, creating the environment for increased crime and less safe living conditions. And I felt I just need to speak out to that, in that we need more open space. In the early days of Westminster, open space was a big priority. We have a great trail system. It added to quality of life then. But now with the high density and the higher traffic, Westminster quality of life, I think, is degrading significantly over what it used to be. So I appreciate you hearing me. I know this is all anecdotal, but another thing that concerns me is that our climate's getting hotter and drier. And I'm not an engineer, so I can't tell you how many acre feet are going to be used by this type of development or that type of development. But I know we're getting less and less water as time goes on. And I think we need to be planning more conservatively with our water use now than maybe projections of what our water supply was 10 years ago. But I can't speak to numbers for that because I'm not an engineer and I don't have access to that information, but it is a concern of mine. So at that, looks like my time's about up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sandra, followed by Tom Pringle and Clegg. You'll be third. Thank you. Thanks for queuing up. That's very helpful.
Hi, my name's Sandra Oyarzun-Yassison. I live at 10250 Benton Street in the Waverly Acres neighborhood. I've been there for 23 years now. Honestly, I'm opposed to having anything developed there, but that's an unrealistic expectation. So I would at minimum only want you guys to approve anything at the R3.5. I think that the higher density, I know they've talked about how the traffic supposedly isn't going to be impacted very much, which I can't understand how that's even possible. We use the rec center a lot, and when we try to turn left at that light into the rec center off of Sheridan, it has been changed to like you have to wait for the green light now. You can't. It's not like the flashing yellow, except if it's like later at night. But so the traffic all backs up. And as I'm sitting there hoping and praying that nobody coming behind me who's trying to whip around because the traffic is backing up into that lane that goes continuously. I just am waiting for somebody to rear end me or sideswipe my vehicle. So traffic issues, the water has already been brought up because I have a concern that it's going to tap into creating water problems when you build that many more houses. I also wanted to address the fact that there's eagles that hang out on that property. So if we do build on there, where are the poor eagles going to go? And again, I know that's not those property owners' responsibility, but and then I also wanted to reiterate that Berkeley Homes has said that, you know, they've listened to the neighborhood and that they wanted the townhomes moved north. I never heard anybody saying they wanted townhomes anywhere on those properties, regardless of whether it was the south, the middle, or the north. And then finally, my other point that I wanted to make was that looking through the papers that you guys provided for what counts as a reason to change things, of housing affordability was listed on there as one of them. And I know in the meeting, they didn't give exact home prices, but they said that the townhomes would probably start at 400,000, which to me, I don't think that's an affordable housing, especially for a townhouse. So thank you for listening. Like I said, I urge you to please keep it at our 3.5. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Pringle. I live at 1648 Wanaka Lake Trail in Lafayette, Colorado. And I work for Remax Alliance, and I represent the family of the center property, the Semper Gardens Holtzclaw property. And anyway, I just wanted to get up here and give a little bit of clarity from the seller's view there. And she is very excited to work with Berkeley Homes. And we like the type of products it's putting in, and we like the layout of the property. And the subdivision is just, I don't know, it's been developing for a long time, and we've made a lot of changes for that, or Berkeley Homes has. And we did make a lot of meetings with the neighbors. I was at several of these meetings. So I know that we reached out and they were trying to work with them to figure out what's the best way to make things work. And I think Marcus talked about combining the 3 parcels. I think that really gives us an opportunity to control the type of homes that are being built there, as well as the continuity of design and the way things are going to look. And I think it also helps probably save a little bit of water too, and because you're combining all your irrigation into one single place. I think it also promotes the continuity of design on that as well. And we look forward to seeing this project go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, next is Clegg Williams, followed by Anthony Ricotta. If you could make your way up to the front, and Jason Williams.
My name's Clegg Williams. I live at 3413 West 109th Circle, Legacy Ridge. And I am I've been a resident there. I was a second resident in all of Legacy Ridge. I've been there 27 years, retired firefighter, lived in Westminster, love Westminster, love the job. Unlike a lot of people have said, I love the job that you guys have all done. Westminster's always been on a cutting edge, I think, with its city council, with its commissioners, with everybody else. And I love living in the city, everything about it. Yes, we've had a lot of growth, but as far as there's controlled growth, there's uncontrolled growth. And I think the city council's done a very good job of controlling the growth and making wise decisions on who's gone in there. Berkeley Homes, I've known them for a long time. Part of their management and ownership is Westminster residents as well. So it would be really stupid on their behalf to put a product in there that they're not going to stand behind when they're have people that work for their company that are residents here in Westminster. I believe that the projects that they've done here in Westminster with Skyline and Schoenberg and Connections have all been put up and maintained while they were being built very well. The maintenance on some of the projects afterwards, when it goes to the HOA, that's not on the developer. It's not on the builder. Once they're sold off, they do go to the HOAs to maintain. So that's an issue that's not behind them. The zoning and the diversity in the zoning gives a lot of people that want options. I have 3 kids. I'd love for them to all live right. 2 of them live, one in Highland Greens, one over in Walnut Creek. And I would love to get them all close. And a project like this allows that to happen. The traffic, there's been a lot of accidents. There's been multiple deaths with people making U-turns in and out of Highland Greens. Motorcycle accidents, you'll see the wreaths and the crosses that are down there to help all those people that live in Highland Greens, as well as on the other side that we're talking about, to give them an access to a left-hand turn. You are taking your life in your own hands when you make a U-turn on Sheridan. There's just no other way about it. And for people to be naive and think that for the most of the time that's not a problem, well, they don't do that all the time then. Like a lot of the people that come out of the 98th entrance of 98th and onto Sheridan and make a U-turn to head southbound. Berkeley's been a builder in Colorado for close to 40 years. They have great reputations from Castle Pines to Arvada, Westminster, Aurora, all over. And if people were to check out who Berkeley is, you'd find that'd be a class act to work with. The city of Westminster's worked with them on multiple occasions. The city building department loves working. I talked with some people there. They enjoy working with Berkeley. They're very responsive to the needs of the community and have always followed the guidelines that put that first and foremost. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your positions on the board and all the love that you don't ever get. So good luck. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next is Anthony Ricotta, Jason Williams, and Richard Osner.
My name is Anthony J. Ricotta. I'm a native of Denver. I graduated from Wheat Ridge High School.
Don't forget your address.
I graduated from DU.
Anthony, just one quick reminder to go state your address for the record, please.
10070 Brain Court.
Thank you.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand certain things here. He's been trying to get this approved for 6 years. Is this your life project? It, simple arithmetic. I'm an accountant. I majored in accounting. I was with 2 CPA firms, both Big 8. We have 0 cars right now in this project, 0. But when it's done, if there's 202, there's 400 cars, but really it's 500. Or maybe it's 600. We had a project built down the street from us on Sheridan. That's a feeder. You're not supposed to be building projects on feeder highways. Feeders are the way to get downtown, the way to go home. I'm really disappointed, to see something like this. And this is not this is the first time I've ever seen any of this. I cannot approve this. This is not in accordance with, there's so many different things here. Transportation. What are they going to use the bus? Sheridan Boulevard at 5 p.m. is a hard nut to crack. To go down there. I go down it every day. Morning, noon, and night. That highway right now is all highway. All cars, bumper to bumper. You want to put 500 more cars? That's not development. The only smart community is Boulder. They took a stand. Be brave. Take a stand. Say no to development. You have to. We have a limited area here. We're right underneath Long's Peak. The mountains are less than 10 miles away. Where do you stop the building? Closer you get, the worse it gets. We could talk about water and sewer, but sewers, they're all affected. The fire, the police. There's no good things coming out of this. Higher density. That's what we're trying to avoid right now. Take a stand. Say no. He can build his project out in Aurora. I just don't understand this. I really don't. Thank you. I know I have a minute left, and that's, what are we going to do? Huh? I'm a Knight of Malta. Maltese Knights were the knights that cleaned up after the dead. They helped the deaf and dying. Please. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, next is Jason Williams, followed by Richard Osner, Kurt Ronson, and then the last speaker will be Vina Pietrinis, if I'm saying that correctly. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jason Williams. I live at 4602 Highland Greens Place. Lived in Westminster a whole entire life. Watched multiple neighborhoods get built. Multiple friends live in Schoenberg Greens and the other Berkeley communities that they have built. Gentleman before talked about the conglomerate of houses that are across from Adventure Golf and apartments in the building, single family home, detached home, stuff like that. That's a perfect example of a neighborhood being built by multiple different builders without one general site plan. We talked before, people are going to end up building houses on this property, whether it's Berkeley, whether it's somebody else. But to have one builder build a whole uniform community with a mix of products, only going to help. If not, we're a mile up the road from being what we have now. We're going to have R8 where it needs to be and other houses built around it without a uniform community built as one. So just, we're not going to get away from houses getting built there. Berkeley, I feel, is the best option for the community. And we've seen what they've done, friends and family around that live in the houses and know the community. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard, you're up.
Richard Osner, 4635 West 99th Plains, Highland Greens. And I'm not opposed to the development going in. It's going to happen. What I am opposed to is changing the zoning. And to go to an R8 is totally unacceptable. And to use the reference of the nursing home across the street as an example is ludicrous. I'm sorry, those people are using walkers, they're in wheelchairs, they have no cars parked there. I walk by it every day when I take a walk. So that's just ludicrous to use that as a reference point that it's okay to go to R8. Look at the nursing home, it's R8. How stupid can you be to reference that as an example? Let's do R8 because here's a nursing home that's R8 and you got all these people on walkers. No cars, people visit very seldom. There's no traffic going in there. So please be smart. Don't use that as an example to say it's okay to zone that area as R8. It is not okay. They want to zone that as R8 to make more profit because it's going to cost to change that light at 101st. Now, getting to traffic, in the evening, traffic backs up from 104th past 101st, and it almost goes back oftentimes to where the golf course is. So what's going to happen, people who are, once that traffic light goes in, people who are living over there, they're going to go through Highland Greens because you can't get through on Sheridan to 104th. It's impossible in the evening during rush hour. I have seen a huge increase in speeding through Highland Greens. And there are kids, and it's just totally unacceptable to put a traffic light there. They could put a traffic light further north at that intersection. They could put another traffic light, which should have been done 20 years ago, 101st, I believe that is. And people say, well, it's dangerous. Well, of course it is. Well, that's the city planning commission that didn't require a traffic light there. Now, maybe back then it wasn't needed, but it's needed now. It should have been put in 15 years ago. But I know there's a cost to doing that. And the city says, well, you know, we don't have enough accidents there. Nobody's been killed. So let's just leave it the way it is. Anyway, that's what I have to say. And thank you. I think they might do a good job, but you have to really, really look at the zoning that they want to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kurt, you're up next, and last will be Vina. Oh, you signed up at the back? Okay, I'll call you at the end. Thank you.
Kurt Ronson, 4655 West 99th Place, Highland Greens. I concur with a lot of the statements that have been made before, and my whole thing is quality of life emanating from traffic issues. And when you say that there's hundreds of more people, and I don't know how many cars that means going to be in that development. It's going to be a lot of cars there. And as Rich Osner just said, things back up on a regular kind of basis. As an earlier speaker said, when you allow east coming access from that development, it's going to come right across and go through Highland Greens because those people won't be able to make the left turn because it's going to be clogged up during periods of the day, which includes morning, lunch, and evening kind of traffic. And so Highland Greens quality of life will start going down because of that. People coming up Sheridan, and they get to our light at 101st, they're going to be saying, I need to do something. And they're going to make the right-hand turn onto 101st and make their way through the neighborhood. They'll do it. How do I know they'll do it? Because I've done that kind of thing myself in other neighborhoods when I just want to keep moving, going someplace. Also, as you get just past the golf course, there's another road that they can make a turn onto. I think it's 98th. And people will start making the turn onto 98th. So all of those things are important in terms of the traffic coming through our development. One last thing about quality of life, and I just started thinking about it as I was sitting in this meeting. I started thinking about the monolith that exists now that used to be the Westminster Mall, the monolith there. It looks like stuff I've seen in the Bronx. I originally came from New York. Big developments like that. The monolith, then you move along Sheridan, and right along Sheridan, right across from Miniature Golf, you have that big development. You add this in. It's just sort of like a strip mall of housing, so to speak. So that's my concern. And I realize that it will be developed, but I agree with the rest of the speakers that said, don't change the zoning from what it was. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Vina, and then I see Jessica True. You'll be our last speaker.
Good evening. My name is Dina Pironis, 8846 Yates Drive, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Berkeley as a homeowner and as a real estate agent. I purchased my first Berkeley home in 2019 at Connections neighborhood. I like the area, floor plan options, proximity, easy access to highway, shopping and restaurants. In fact, what's happening currently at Connections, it has nothing to do with the builder, it's the HOA responsibility. At that point, I haven't heard of Berkeley. Our whole building process was very smooth. They were very nice and accommodating at adding last minute changes, and the result was great. We love our home and the quality is really good. As an agent, I have helped many home buyers through the home building process through variety of builders. Of course, each one of them are different and many factors affect the outcome. However, my experience with Berkeley was one of the smoothest transactions I have done. I hired a third-party inspector prior to moving in, and him being in a business for 22 years, he admitted that it was also one of the nicest qualities he has seen. Ever since, I have been promoting Berkeley to my colleagues and clients as one of the best and local builders. Finding a good quality in today's world seems like it's getting harder and harder. Builders are going to build homes as quickly as possible to make the profits, and in many cases, they will cut corners. Quality work you can find only a handful of builders, and I believe Berkeley is one of them. The land is going to be developed eventually by somebody else if it's not by Berkeley, but why not have somebody as a high quality as Berkeley? We desperately need more housing. This year, we hit the lowest inventory we have ever seen, 30% even lower than last year, 2020. And with the pandemic, builders slowed down just like everybody else. That caused even further shortage for inventory. I know a lot of people don't like density, and perhaps I don't like it either, but there's people moving to Colorado that need housing, and we need variety in housing. We are finishing 8 years as a strong seller's market. Everybody knows it's a hot market here in Colorado, and 2022 doesn't seem any different than that. The only thing that can help with that is more inventory, more new build opportunities that would offer more housing options. This new community would provide the variety and the housing that we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoops. Okay, Jessica, you're up. Thank you. And this will be our final in-person speaker, and then we can move into voicemail. Excuse me.
Never knew this had a button. Awesome.
It does.
So my name is Jessica True, and I reside, or is that too loud? I can't tell. At 7488 Bradburn Boulevard. And I'm here tonight as a citizen concerned about these issues, and I kind of feel like I'm getting mission creep here because I was one of the organizers of the water recall. I actually got in touch with my real estate attorney and I had him help me do the paperwork for that because I was so frustrated with the crazy and insane and incorrect water bills that we were getting. And interestingly, the other thing that's been bothering the community for the last so many years is the overdevelopment of our city. And one thing that I have noticed is that the Planning Commission seems to be a rubber stamp for all of these developers. We never see you say no. You never say no. So how could that be a fair process? A fair process would show you saying no. And I'll ask some of my volunteers who've been coming here every time. But from what I've been told, you never say no. So that is obviously not a fair process. And I remember that Councilor Azidi said recently that he feels that the council is here to educate people, and I am also here to educate the public that we do have a choice. We do have a democracy, and we do have democratic methods for having the people's voices heard. If our government, like this group here, where the chairperson has been here for 22 years, even though the term is 2 years and the term limit is 8, he's grandfathered in, and apparently this is like a job for life for you guys. So, and I don't feel like you're doing a great job. I don't think you're listening to the community. It's kind of shocking to see other neighborhoods coming here to you and sort of emoting the same incredible frustrations and shock, really, that it used to be great. Like my house in Bradburn, I just met John Carpenter last night, and he seems like a real visionary guy. He did the sidewalk in front of my house, which is also a bike path. And I watch people walk down that street all the time. And it has been a wonderful part of my life. And I bought my house partially knowing that I don't like neighborhoods where they have tiny sidewalks and you never see anyone walking, because I grew up in a neighborhood where people walked a lot and you would see your neighbors a lot. But the means that we have at our disposal as citizens, and we've used them in the last year over the water rates, as everyone knows here, are the right to recall. We have the right to do a referendum, and we have the right for an initiative. And what I will say is that if the city doesn't start listening to the people, we will start exercising those rights immediately. This has been too much. People are fed up. And I might not be a professional politician, but I grew up. My parents were civil rights activists. I've been an activist when I needed to be my whole life. I grew up going to demonstrations. I grew up organizing people. And the community is at a breaking point. You have pushed this too far. We are at a breaking point, and we are not going to put up with our community that we bought into, that guarantees us, by the way, 140,000 gallons for each residential tap in the city. And we have been getting punitively priced on our water to try to drive down consumption to make room, we believe, for these apartments and high density that you are approving and approving and approving. And a great example of it is using I'm sure the senior center came here and said, well, we have low profile homes and they don't really have cars. And if there's nestled back, or whenever that got built, it was obviously a lot more common sense than this, where you were proposing to put R8 and an R3.5 density. And then you're increasing the number of units. How does that fit with where we are in society right now? We have a mega drought. We have global warming. And again, what I said the last time I was here still stands. If we cannot afford water to live, then we cannot put more people here in this city. And frankly, the people who are here have a vote. The people who are not here do not have a vote. And is the city working for? One of the people who ran for council asked me last night, and she's a super nice lady, and she said, please ask them when is the city council going to start working for the people who live here? I know, just from the people that I have talked to, that doing a referendum would not be hard. And if we have to do a referendum on every single one of these projects that you keep rubber stamping, I'm happy to help with that, because I don't think it would be hard, and they don't have to be different people. It can be the same 8,000 people sending stuff back to you, sending it back to square one, because you're not listening.
Thank you.
That concludes the in-person speakers.
Did we have any virtual speakers?
No virtual speakers.
So now we're going to go ahead and move forward with voice messages.
Yes,
And we have how many?
13.
13 voice messages.
Curtis, if you can go ahead with the voicemails, please.
This is Judith Lavezzi, and I live over in the townhouses at Legacy Ridge. Wondering how badly you intend to impact people with your project over on the west side of Sheridan from 101st to 104th. As you upzone these, is there any consideration whatsoever to the quality of life that is happening? I live in a dense neighborhood. I'm in a townhouse, and it's really feeling as though we can't go anywhere without a crowd of cars everywhere and accidents, and that's right in the middle of water stuff. What are you guys, crazy over there to just develop every inch of Westminster that's available? I came from Boulder, and they've destroyed Boulder, and now I guess we're going to destroy Westminster too. So it makes me very sad. I object completely to this process of continuing development and no open space. It's just wrong. And it's really a perpetration on the city. Thanks for taking my call.
Hello, my name is Audrey Martinez. I live at 6715 West 56th Avenue, apartment 14, unit 107. I am calling today to encourage the Planning Commission to support the comprehensive plan amendment relating to the development Semper Gardens. The Berkeley team has spent considerable time reaching out to my neighbors and residents in Westminster to help this land become a true amenity, not just for the people who live there, but for everyone in Westminster. And we're just so excited for what is to come because we'll be able to use it, and also being young people a potential place to purchase a home and raise a family. So we really appreciate the efforts and the many transformations the plan has created for the community and all the compromises. So we hope the developer can continue to engage with us in the community and continue to be good neighbors. So we hope that you approve this plan. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Khalid Crossan, and my address is 2742 Durama Avenue, Broomfield. And I just wanted to call and leave a message about how I support the Semper Gardens development coming in the next few years. My family used to live in Legacy Ridge, which is across the street from where the development's going to be. And I have a lot of family that still lives in the area. And myself, I just turned 27 and been looking for a home in that area. And a lot of the homes are very old and to me are overpriced. And it would be great to have a brand new development with beautiful homes that are at a set cost that younger people like myself can afford. So I 100% support it and would love to see it go through. Thanks. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Batchelder, and I'm a resident here in the city of Westminster in Harmony Park. I'm calling today to voice my support for the comprehensive plan amendments for the property located near 102nd and Sheridan. I'm especially appreciative of this project's use of infill housing strategies, combined with over 6 acres of public land dedication, which includes a publicly accessible park that will only enhance the ability for Westminster residents to access and enjoy our vast trails and recreation system. And it's great to see a project like this one incorporate actual open space and trail connections that embrace our Colorado lifestyle, especially for a project that actually lies so close to the Westminster City Park and Recreation Center, the Big Dry Creek Trail, and even the adjacent Church Ranch RTD station. In fact, as an RTD commuter myself, I appreciate the ability to quickly access transit options, and this site provides easy, convenient access to those amenities. More importantly, this project helps embrace Westminster's vision for an inclusive, sustainable community that encourages the use of infill housing at strategically planned locations that benefit new and existing residents. So thank you to the Planning Commission, Berkeley Homes, and all the residents for working together over such a long process to find solutions through direct community input. Solutions that bring together important housing opportunities for our residents while also incorporating sustainable strategies that greatly benefit the overall vitality of our Westminster community. And I appreciate the Commission's leadership and commitment for keeping the door open to sustainable and inclusive communities that leverage infill opportunities such as this one, and I urge your support. Thank you.
My name is Tish Myers, 7460 West 93rd Place, Westminster, Colorado, 821. I wanted to thank the planning commissioners for being great judges to applications and leading our city to a more equitable outcome. And I wanted to urge you to support the comp plan amendment and the PDP for Semper Gardens this evening. And I have a few reasons. The first reason is because the proposed planned amendments provide a greater diversity for housing. In the end, I think that the diversity will allow for a range of new homebuyers, which in turn will contribute to the community as a whole. Also because the project allocates PLD and no cash in lieu. And my last reason is because of the city's strategic plan goals. So I believe this plan fosters and maintains a beautiful, desirable, safe, and environmentally responsible city, and it advances the city's long-term sustainability to provide ongoing excellence in city services and a well-planned community that meets the needs of residents now and in the future. It is met by expanding the city's open space and trail system. So I think that through that, the diversity housing types in the city will just very much add to all of that. Thanks for your time.
This is Mike Byrne. I live at 2391 Ranch Reserve Ridge in Westminster, Colorado. I've lived in Westminster for over 40 years. I'm a former member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I was a former member of the Legacy Foundation Board, and I have developed projects in Westminster such as the Ranch Reserve residential development. So I just wanted you to know that I have a strong and really care about Westminster and have a strong feelings about doing projects that are good quality developments. I am in California today, so was not able to attend the meeting tonight, but I wanted to let you know my thoughts on this particular Semper Gardens Berkeley Homes project. I've been working with the three landowners for over 4 years to find a quality builder such as Berkeley Homes that could develop all 3 parcels, which allows the city to create a plan that maximizes open space along 104th. I believe it's over 6 acres of open space and parks, and create a well-planned development. And the overall density for this project is only about 5 units to the acre, so it's low density. There's no high density for rent apartments. These are all for sale homes that will be built that will be something that empty nesters and others, singles, families, and so on can purchase and live in, which is what we need more of in the city for that missing middle group. And I believe these homes will be on smaller lots, so there'll be less irrigation required, which is important for, being careful with not overusing the city's water supply. I believe the development will also create a safer situation for the existing neighborhoods, that there will be a new full movement stoplight at 101st and Sheridan, and I think that's important to have that full movement so that people can, from the existing neighborhoods, can go left and right onto Sheridan Boulevard, which is a busy street. I asked that the Planning and Zoning Commission support this project. I believe the staff has said it better than I can. So, the staff has indicated that the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, the rezoning, and the PDP that's in front of you tonight meets all of the needs of the city from a standpoint of the city's goals, the standards, sound planning, city policies. There's existing capacity for the streets and the drainage and in the utility system. So I've asked that you support this project. I believe it will be a good project for the city of Westminster. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ellen Prado Gallegos. My address is 9133 West 66th Place, Arvada, Colorado, 80004. And I'm calling to support the development for Semper Gardens. It appears that they're actually helping with traffic concerns, not adding to it. As it is right now, we're unable to go north on 102nd, and thanks to this project, things are changing. The addition of this development will provide a traffic signal on 102nd, allowing us to go north. As it is right now, when we try to go north now, we have to do a U-turn, which is crazy on this busy street. It just doesn't make sense. In the traffic study, it was found that there is little to no impact on traffic. Any traffic that is added is absorbed by the new development itself. With the addition of the traffic light, it really makes any traffic issue we have negligible. Thanks for listening to this, and I hope that it goes through.
Hi, my name is Grant Ponner, and my family have grown up in that area in Westminster for my whole life. Our address was 3288 West 101st Circle, Westminster, Colorado. And I was looking into the Semper Gardens development coming in the next few years, and I just turned 30, and my family lives in the area. And unfortunately, with the prices being so high for housing, I think this development would be a great addition. It's somewhere I would definitely consider living, and I just would like to support it and move forward with the development. I think would be a great benefit for people my age that have lived in Westminster, that are close to the promenade, and close to Denver, but not in Denver. And it's a very good location for someone in their mid-30s. So I 100% support it. Thanks. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Sieber. I live at 5408 West 100th Court in Westminster, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the Berkeley Homes upzoning proposal along Sheridan. Well, my first question is why? It doesn't add anything to the existing neighborhood. As proposed, we would receive 500 new best friends and their respective vehicles. I concur that the property owners should be able to sell the property, but as the stated 3.5 zoning as stated in the comprehensive land use plan. The only winners in this, other than the property owners, will be Berkeley Homes. We have a right as a community to a 3.5 designation, especially in light of traffic and water concerns. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Julie Anderson, and I lived at 1350 Newton Street in Bradburn. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the proposed development of property located on Sheridan Boulevard and 102nd. Certainly, a lot of the same issues exist in Westminster that existed when I made the decision to move to Bradburn. How to maintain a viable and vital community that appeals to a mix and diversity of lifestyles and is also attainable. I know that there are a lot of young people that are looking to find housing and how difficult that journey is in today's economic environment. I believe just as compelling is the individuals that have been in the workforce for several years that are still looking for attainable housing in an area that they grew up in, they work in, and they appreciate the amenities that community provides. I'm so pleased to see that there is a thoughtful development plan for this area with access to parks, trails, and an awesome recreation center. The goal of a great community should be to evolve and make itself always relevant. To make Westminster a closed-off community would be to start the process of watching Westminster wither away, in my opinion. I have followed other Berkeley developments in the past, and I know they provide a quality product. I am impressed that they have worked so diligently with the surrounding neighbors, and their plan has evolved due to the input of those neighbors. This is a good plan for the community and Westminster. I urge your support. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Mays. I am a resident and community member. My address is 7460 West 93rd Place. I wanted to call in support of the proposed development for Semper Gardens. I think it's harder and harder for people to find affordable places to live in the metro area as we continue to be in a huge housing crisis. After some research, I found that this meets the housing project mix and proximity stipulation. The development clearly meets the goals for land use 7, 8, and 28 according to the city staff report. As far as the distance to activity centers, the development meets the criteria better than other long-established developments in the area. The development is a quarter mile from the vacant land to the west and 3/4 of a mile to the Promenade Activity Center. I'm sending this message in hopes of full support from the Planning Commission as well as eventually City Council. Thank you very much for your time and have a wonderful day.
Hi, this is Matt West, and I lived in Bradburn Apartments with the address of 11900 Newton Street, Westminster, Colorado, 80031. I'm in support of the comprehensive plan amendments for property located at 102nd and Sheridan in Westminster. I'm especially appreciative of the time and hard work provided by the applicant in providing for significant open space and over 6 acres of public land dedication, which will enhance the ability for Westminster residents to access and enjoy the existing trail system. There is no cash in lieu payment to get out of parks or open space, but actual property, which will greatly enhance the citizens of Westminster's ability to embrace the Colorado lifestyle. I know that there has been some pushback in the past for developers opting for cash in lieu. I applaud this development that has listened to the neighbors and the community, that these are things that make Westminster great. For City and Planning Commission to encourage developers of infill that will benefit our community to work with the community is certainly a great opportunity that we are fortunate to have in Westminster. Thank you, Planning Commissioners, for showing proposed infill development that this is the way. And thank you, Berkeley Homes, for figuring it out. I'm very pleased to see that the proposed plan will provide 40.5% open space throughout the project, including a privately maintained park, which can be utilized by the entire public. Thank you for your leadership in showing that the door isn't closed in Westminster, but we do it better. Thank you, and I urge your support.
Hello, my name is Harold Gallegos, and I'm calling regarding the comprehensive plan amendments for Semper Gardens. As a 50-year resident of Jefferson County, I understand there is a rise in demand for housing. As the market continues to grow, many new or current Westminster residents are being priced out of Westminster. Just recently, the Denver Post posted an article about Westminster becoming one of the most expensive places to rent. After reviewing the plans for Semper Gardens, I urge you, Planning Commissioners, to please support this project. These comp plan amendments allow for a diverse set of projects that adhere to your review criteria: a large lot, single-family home is no longer affordable to many families in Colorado. If you were one of the few lucky consumers who purchased a home back in the day, it doesn't apply to them. But to many, the current supply is not very affordable. The paired home product and townhome product is a great opportunity for first-time homebuyers, teachers, police, fire, and many others. Please help our residents live, work, and play in Westminster. I urge you all, once again, to support this application for the comp plan amendments. Thank you.
The applicant to prepare a response to anything you heard during the previous comments. How much time do you think you would need? Ready to go now?
I apologize. Could we do a quick recess for a bio break?
I so much want to say I'd like a motion on that, but yeah, I think
I know. I was trying to move. I moved to move.
Yeah. But it's okay. 10-minute bio break, so we'll be back in session at 10:05.
Thank you.
Thanks for the humor.
Okay, bio break is officially over. It's 10:05. Call the meeting back to order. This would be the applicant's chance for rebuttal. And during this time, commission is free to ask questions.
Great, thank you very much. Would it be possible to get slide 42? Not sure I should be looking at.
Jen, do we need to tell?
Curtis, could you get slide 43 of the applicant's presentation back up on the screen, please?
I'm sorry, 42.
Excuse me, 42. Perfect, thank you.
There we go. Great, thank you. One of the things that I wanted to address, and there were some great comments earlier, was I realized that the notion of R3.5 to R8 feels like a very stark jump. I wanted to give the commission something to give it a little bit of context. We have an interesting situation here where 102nd is a dedicated public right-of-way. And because of that, and this is on the council of the city attorney, we can't really, if we tried to create an R5 zone across the entire property to roughly get to 5 DU to the acre, pockets can't be transferred across 102nd because of the public right-of-way. Whereas if this was just a 39-acre parcel with no dedicated right-of-way through the site, sort of just a green site, there'd be pockets at maybe 7 of the acre, some that are 3 of the acre, some that are 5, in sort of a cohesive neighborhood. We were not able to do that. So part of what we tried to do by running the PDP concurrent with the comp plan amendment was put some of our own self rules and regulations. And one example is not self-prohibiting ourselves from doing townhomes south of 102nd. And there's some other things in there as well. And to compound that is the PLD that we showed that would have been dedicated if these parcels had come through individually as 3 separate parcels. You'd have small areas of public land dedication in each one. By doing this as an overall site plan, we were able to provide all of the public land dedication on the north side of the property. That sort of inherently creates a higher density in the southern side because that public land dedication now has been moved. So the 202 represents slightly over 5 dwelling units to the acre. Certainly we would look at that to say, if the intent was that the entire project should be 5 units to the acre or under, we could put a cap within that PDP as well. And I think if you look at the R3.5 designation on Waverly Acres and the R8 to the south,
and really looked at what that was in reality, and Jacob had touched on this in the staff report, those blended together probably are in reality more of a 4 to 5 DUs per acre. So while we still may be slightly higher than that, I don't think it's as abrupt as it looks on paper with the R8. So I just wanted to clarify that and let the commissioners know sort of how we got to these two designations of R5 and R8. Second, and if we could go to slide 49. There was several comments about, several comments about community and sustainability and neighborhood design. And I think we've done a really terrific job of the neighborhood design in promoting community. The question came up earlier, what are courtyard homes? And really part of the intent of that design is you have homes with front porches that share a common open space. So really you have neighbors with a common front yard. And that is a green space instead of a street. I think really promotes community and promotes communal behavior between neighborhoods. Same thing on the paired homes and even the townhomes. They're all geared to the front of the home, not to the rear of a home behind a fence. The smaller lot cottage homes do have a small hardscaped area, not quite a backyard, but a gathering area in the back. But for the most part, all of these homes are geared towards the front, geared towards a more communal atmosphere. And there was a comment also about sustainability and pavement and parking and concrete. And I fully agree with that. I think we need to be designing communities that have less of an emphasis on pavement. And that's what this does as well. We still have a vehicular access in the alley, but an alley section is much smaller than a public street. And then the front is replaced instead of a street by a common green space maintained by the HOA. So I just wanted to highlight that and address both of those. Also, on the lines of sustainability, I think if you look at homes that were built 20, 30, 40 years ago and compare them to homes that are built today, there's been great gains in energy efficiency through insulation, through the products we use, more recycled material. So when comparing a new home to an older home, the sustainability and the environmental impacts are much less from a new home than an existing. So with that, I will turn it back over to Marcus, but did want to clarify those few items. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm just clearing up a couple of things. One thing I did want to say here about this PLD slide, the question was asked, when will that be built? We want to do that right away. It'll be dedicated. And this is actually natural land, right? It's natural grassland. As you see, there was one of the exceptions here was actually to allow us to grade in that, which is not normal in a PLD. The reason we would do that is to install the trail. So actually we are getting to deliver this to the community right away by having that natural area. We think that's a great benefit. We would also construct that park, that private park, earlier in our phases. I think that's a real benefit that this will actually be delivered, those 6.2 acres there of PLD. I do want to just say the traffic issue that came up, I'm going to certainly defer to the city if they address that. We did submit a full traffic study for this site. I will tell you that unequivocally safe access to Federal, northbound Federal for the existing, or excuse me, Sheridan, I'm so sorry, to northbound Sheridan is so important, I think, to this existing neighborhood. And it's caused a great deal of concern. We have always been that movement across, so one leg being extended into this site that would cause additional cut through into the Highland Greens neighborhood. I think we'll let the city address that. That's certainly something you look at the traffic study. But again, I think it's that ability to go northbound that's really important there on Sheridan and such an important improvement. The last thing that I just want to say, Jeff really talked about the sustainability. I'll say on the water, the city does absolutely what they should do when they get a proposal in. They look at the maximum density that could come under any of the comp plans. The reason we're doing what we're doing and giving you projections on the water usage is because we already showed what we're going to put into a PDP if we're fortunate to move forward with your support. So we know that we're actually going to have less landscaping than was in the R3.5 plan. City can't say that because it's not yet in a PDP, a site specific. We're looking at that. We've looked at that. This will be more efficient than the large lot sites. Finally, I have to step back because people said, what are the benefits that are happening? The benefits are that we are finding, following the guiding principles of the comp plan, we are doing responsible infill. Sheridan is tough because it carries traffic north of here that is sprawl, that we have not done proper infill. This is following the guidance to do infill, to find appropriate density, to match the neighborhood at that 5. We're also providing PLD, full PLD right away, trail and parkland connection. That's a regional trail, an intersection at 101st, and the housing diversification that we can have really more appropriate, more neighbors really move into this site. So I think we believe those are the neighborhoods or the benefits. We are so appreciative. The neighborhood has really shaped this site. 3.5 years is a long time to work for it, and I think you can see the evolution of it. Final thing I'm going to leave you with, people continue to talk about the townhomes in the north section. I do want to say, we will continue to meet with the neighborhoods. The only thing we've done is say no townhomes in the south. We certainly can continue that conversation. The city actually wanted that use to have that diversity there, but I want to be clear, same height that's allowed in the R5. That is not anything that we can say, it has to be there, right? So we want to have that conversation. So we hear that as we move to the PDP that will come back before you. So we'll work with the city and the neighbors moving forward. Thank you very much.
I just have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, please do.
I may have missed it, but so there's 202 units. Can you break that out for single family, parent homes, and townhomes? And I think there's cottages too. I can't tell what the 4 different product types are.
Sure, and I'm sorry. I'm going to have to look at my chart, man.
That's fine.
I've got tired eyes, but I'm going to do it. The 202 in the proposed conceptual plan, single family detached is 26 units. Those are the larger units. Single family detached alley load, 74 units. Duplexes, paired homes are 48, and townhomes are 54. That's the 202 total.
The thing I kept hearing, so the thing I kept hearing was no townhomes, no townhomes. And I'm looking at this, and I know that you're trying to make your numbers work. Can you make them work without townhomes?
So Jeff just shook his head yes, so I'm going to say yes for him because he's the one who has to make them.
That seemed to be a big thing for people. And I keep going back to that. That's the townhome is the thing but that probably means you're going to have less density. And I also keep going, and maybe just, if you could help me out, Jacob. So it's 39 acres is the development area, and it's 3.5 DUs per acre.
Correct.
So when I do the math, that's 137 units.
Yes.
So they're proposing 202. That's 48% more.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, 47 to 48% more. I mean, it just seems like a big bump to me. So I just wanted to make sure I was getting those numbers right. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to be clear. We certainly could make that. That's why I stated that in the R5, right? We've not said townhomes aren't allowed there on the north side, but we keep hearing that. We get that as well. I think that's driving a lot of the consternation. We absolutely could make that work with a paired home, right? That attached product that would change that density significantly as well.
And drop the number of units.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you. Just one brief question regarding the public and land dedication private park. So the public land dedication, the private park, that is going to be a private park, but it's privately maintained by the HOA, but it will be access to the public?
Yes, sir.
And the rest of the public land dedication is going to be publicly owned?
Yes, sir. Dedicated to the city fully. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Just wanted that clarification. Thank you. Great.
Chairperson McConnell, can I respond to that?
Please do.
The private park is a requirement of the city design standards that they build 4% minimum private park that would be maintained by their HOA. As of right now, there is no requirement in city standards that it maintain in perpetuity for public access. So we have no mechanism in our city code that requires them to maintain public access. So while I don't think Berkeley would have the intent, a future HOA could theoretically seek approval of an ODP amendment to put up a fence and block it off from public use. So just really quickly, with any private park, they could seek approval to do that.
So when we get to the ODP, we would want to put an easement over it or some sort of easement to maintain that, or to make sure that there's an easement there that's covering it. I mean, obviously anything can be changed by future dictates, but I mean, we want them, obviously they're committing to that being a private park open to the public. So would that be the proper time, would be during the ODP, or is that something we should be asking for to see on the PDP? What's where in the process should we see that?
Yes, Commissioner. So the ODP, as it's over 20 acres, will require review and approval by this body. So you could ask for it at that time if you wanted to require an access easement, a public access easement over that, or maybe a recreation easement, something of that sort. You could also propose it at this time that it be a condition of approval, or that they recommend that they change their plan to do such. I think that's really up to your body to decide if you wanted to do that. And then I don't know if the city attorney wanted to weigh in on that.
Can't talk with the sun. I also had a question back at you, Jacob. If they did change from townhomes to paired homes, would that change the design? And the reason for me asking is if the commission wants to move forward with the condition of approval that all townhomes be replaced with paired homes, I also want to make sure that that doesn't change the design. Otherwise, maybe a better option for planning commission would be to continue the hearing to do the redesign.
I don't know necessarily that it would change the design. We've actually looked at an iteration that maintains the exact same number of units in a duplex, I believe. So we have to double check on that, but it wouldn't really change the PDP design at all, other than a few text amendments. I was going to save it for the staff rebuttal, but the townhomes are actually a specific request of staff and a requirement for our recommendation of approval. Without the townhomes, frankly, I don't think we would be recommending approval, as that was one of the main reasons we saw for a diversity of housing. So in R3.5, you can build single-family detached houses, and you can build duplexes. Those are both already allowed under R3.5. What R5 and R8 allows is condos and townhomes. So staff saw it as, if we're going to support an increase in density, then we should see a public good come out of it. That public good for us was the increase in diversity of housing. So that diversity of housing would be the townhomes.
I understand. And I think I support staff's desire to have diversity in housing in general. It appears in this particular location, though, because of the outcry of the community, that it appears that the maximum number of units of 137 at the 3.5 DU is kind of what they're looking for. Because of traffic and just because of the sheer volume of homes. So I guess what I was asking is, can the developer make the numbers work? Because Berkeley's doing so many things right. They're a great developer. I think they do a great job. I like diversity of housing. You can do that without townhomes. And the quality of homes they build, I mean, you do a great job. I know that you do a really good job, and I would love to see you here in Westminster in another location. And I like that you've taken all three parcels and planned them as one. I think that solving some of the traffic issues they have still needs some help. I think there's still some things that need to happen with access. And that cut through traffic through Highland Greens is a problem. I could see that could be a problem. So the reason I brought that up is because if the developer can make it work at the number of units at 3.5 Ds per acre, and still do a mix of product type and still provide open space, that is something I could support. I don't think I could support comp plan amendment to increase the density. So that was the direction I was going.
Yeah. And are you, and I guess to piggyback on that, are you saying that had they come in and tried to develop with the 3.5 DUs, the 137 units, that you would have recommended not to approve the project merely because it didn't have townhomes?
No, so part of staff's recommendation of approval is based off of the addition of townhomes into it. So increasing the density, we need to find a public purpose for that. There are also other aspects of the project that we do find to be good and desirable to recommend approval. So the public land dedication in the location and getting all three parcels together and combining that public land dedication, that's very important. Getting a unified design pattern across all three where we can coordinate access points and locations, and coordinating the access to the stoplight at 101st, we found very important. If they came in with a PDP that met the R3.5, there is probably likely we would have recommended approval. That's a hypothetical, so I can't really say.
Well, you said that we wouldn't have approved it then. So what we're really saying is that you wouldn't have, when they asked for the extra density, you wouldn't have recommended approval without the diversity of housing types, or did you just misspeak?
No. So our part of our recommendation of approval for the comprehensive plan amendment is based on adding the diversity of housing types that is allowed under R5 and R8. So those R5 and R8 allow more housing types than R3.5 does. And so increasing that density and increasing that diversity of housing was what we saw as desirable and a public good.
Got it. I know we're kind of running into staff rebuttal. Should we let them rebut and then we can ask questions of staff maybe? Because otherwise I'm just going to start asking questions.
Good point. Staff have any rebuttal comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave Downing, Director of Community Development for City. I do have two things I would like to add, perhaps as a clarification from earlier testimony. Ever since early on when Commissioner Carpenter was trying to get some kind of feel for the difference in water usage because of the rezoning that's being proposed here, I've been texting people and trying to help him out. And I'm not sure I'm much help, Commissioner, but let me give you three figures that are sticking in my head. And I know you have that engineering mind and you'll try to, maybe it'll be helpful, maybe it won't. But just because I've been involved in so many meetings recently on the Uplands project, which you know the size of the Uplands project, the number that keeps sticking in my head is 778 acre feet is the city's water allocation for that entire project. I don't know if that helps you, but again, you might get at least a feel for how much water does it take for a development of that size. The other two numbers are probably even less helpful. I've heard that typical year water usage for the entire city is 18,000 acre feet. And then finally, the Director of Public Works and Utilities texted me saying, if it helps at all, the city's storage capacity in Stanley Lake is 22,500 acre feet. Again, don't know if that helps you any to get your arms around the difference in water usage for what's being proposed here from what's the current comp plan designation, but maybe it's helpful. Go ahead.
Yes, it does. That gives an order of magnitude of what an additional 6 to 12 acre feet would provide, or an impact on the system wide.
Right.
That does help. Thank you.
Again, you probably saw this in the staff report, I believe. we're not calling it negligible. I think we're calling it the next baby step above negligible impact. So letting you know that this by itself wouldn't break the bank, but you don't want to just keep doing that thinking, oh, that's negligible, that's negligible. So if that's helpful, you can use that for your purposes. Second thing, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to talk about real quick was the proposed four-legged intersection at 101st and Sheridan, and maybe just give you a little background on that. The first time Berkeley Homes came into the office, I'm pretty sure it was the first time, that was probably 3 years ago, and I sat in a meeting where they were talking about a development proposal for this property. My very first thought, again, I have engineering background, not planning background. My very first thought was, oh, great. Finally, after 24 plus years, 24 years I served as city engineer before becoming director of community development. I finally can tell those people from Waverly Acres who call me on the average of, half a dozen people a year for 24 years, city, I can't get out and make a left turn and go north. Finally, I have a way to provide that. The city won't have to pay for it. We have a developer who's going to be able to do that. So I'm probably one of the people who has been pushing hard ever since the first development proposal was written up by Berkeley Homes to not only create that four-legged intersection, but to make sure it even goes through their property that they're going to develop and connect to the next roadway behind them so that all the Waverly Acres people can get that access onto Sheridan to take the northbound movement. I know tonight, it sounds like you heard testimony, if I was paying close enough attention, anywhere from ambivalent to, actually, I think one speaker even said this is a detriment because it's going to encourage people to cut through. My testimony would be many, many, many other residents of Waverly Acres over the years have begged me to provide such a movement. Finally, at some point during further discussions tonight, I know our transportation engineer, Heath Klein, is going to want to make some comments about that potential for cut-through traffic, but I'll leave that to him since he's the expert. That's all I wanted to add at this time.
Vice Chairperson McConnell.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I just wanted to add just a quick on the rebuttal. I think that we might want a little more discussion on what Commissioner Calling was asking the applicant for, because I think I'm at least a little confused. If you were proposing for them to keep the development in R3.5, I'm not sure if that's what you had intended by your question.
I was wondering if there was a path forward for the applicant to eliminate townhomes, still provide diversity of housing, and possibly get closer to 3.5 than they are currently. Not necessarily right at 3.5, but anything closer would be better. But again, until I saw a plan and had a better understanding of what that would be, it would be hard for me to support a comp plan amendment. Because right now the comp plan amendment seems like it's a huge jump for me right now because they're showing something with townhomes. So that's where I'm coming from. And I know townhomes seem to be the touchy subject with the neighborhoods. So that's where I was coming from. Is that clear?
Yes, Commissioner. I think if you had further follow-up questions, it'd be fair for the applicant to answer those, as I seem directed.
So before we do that, Jacob, I have a question for you. One of the reasons for R5 and R8, or the primary reason, is the diversity of housing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what types of housing does R5 allow that R3.5 does not?
So it's condos, townhomes, and then they call it patio homes, but patio homes is not a very well-defined term other than generally meaning a single-story ranch style home.
And R8 allows for?
R8 allows for those exact same housing types. So single-family detached, single-family attached, just increasing density, but same uses.
Thanks. Yeah, so Jacob, you had suggested the applicant come forward again and we discuss the 3, 5, 5, and 8 situation in townhomes.
Yeah,
Like to do that
Commissioner
now if we
Collins'
could.
Certainly, I appreciate the discussion, and you can start to see, as I'm sure you see every night that you're here, that there's a lot of pull and tug from different aspects. We have one side, and I understand both. One side, the city trying to get more housing diversity would like townhomes. Other side, neighborhoods prefer less or no townhomes. We're sort of in the middle. And I guess to answer your question, we would be agreeable to removing the townhomes, but I understand that is in conflict with what city staff desires and is part of their recommendation. I think one of the other things that should be pointed out, though, is R3.5. Jacob mentioned allows single-family homes and duplexes, but there's another layer to that. There's a lot size minimum on the single-family homes, and frankly, that becomes one of the most restrictive sides. And I don't know the history of that zoning category, but it is a little curious that you go from duplexes to 7,000 square foot lots because there's a lot of options in between there. And I think what we're trying to do is create those options in between there. And by going to the R5 and R8, one, it's a density factor, sort of a mathematical formula, but maybe more importantly, it's allowing us to do a variety of different and frankly more creative housing types. So I guess the short answer would be yes, we would be agreeable to moving the townhomes. I don't know how city staff would feel about that, but I don't. If you were asking also, could we do that all under R3.5, R3.5? I don't think we could. I mean, there's not enough units then that would allow us to build a traffic light and dedicate that amount of PLD. But I think there's a middle ground, and that's kind of where I went back to. Really, what we were trying to get to was the R5 across the whole site, but then we run into some limitations with right-of-way and moving things around. So even though the ultimate delivery, I guess, would be closer to R5, it sort of necessitated an R5 and an R8. So I hope that didn't confuse you more.
No, it didn't, and I understand the advantages of going to R5 in order to get the smaller lot size.
Correct.
So I understand that. It was the townhome that I was trying to eliminate because it seemed to be the item that people were having heartburn over. So if you were able to do everything as R5 versus R8, you would still be able to get all the product types you like. You would still be able to get a density that's maybe a little bit more than 136 units, but maybe not all the way to 202. So that's why I was asking, is there a magic number of units you need to put on that property in order to make it pencil out for you?
Well, I think if we eliminated the townhomes on the north and replaced them with probably paired homes or something similar, that probably gets us to about that number. And I back to the city attorney's point, I think we also need to keep in mind the plan we've provided tonight isn't what's up for approval. We've tried to sort of getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but we felt like we had to get ahead to really show what the intent was. I think in terms of the PDP, it could be as simple as just putting a prohibition on the north side as we did on the south side, if that's the commissioner's desire, to prohibit townhomes on the north, just like it's done on the south. So even though townhomes are allowed in R8 or R5, they wouldn't be allowed in this project.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Mayo.
Yeah, this one's for Jacob. The area just to the south that's already zoned R8, what unit types are on there?
Yeah, so you're talking about the neighborhood or subdivision called Highland Meadows.
Correct.
It's a combination of single-family detached houses, single-family attached houses in both duplex and townhome format. I believe there's only one or two townhome style, meaning more than 2 units attached though in it. So it's kind of a mix of units already.
Okay, a mix of units that's already R8, that's going to be just adjacent to their proposed R8.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to forget the R8 at the retirement home. That's kind of I agree with what one of the speakers said. That's kind of an outlier there. I guess the other kind of statement I wanted to make, just there was a comment made that we rubber stamp everything. And someone hasn't been paying attention because I've been here a while and we voted down a lot of stuff. And one of the reasons that it seems like the majority, may pass the planning commission is they don't come in here cold from the street. What would come in here cold from the street probably wouldn't pass the planning commission. But staff, this one, 3.5 years worth of work, iteration after iteration after iteration after iteration to get it to something that they wouldn't be embarrassed to bring to the planning commission. So they bring stuff to us that's in good shape. They don't bring garbage. They filter out the garbage. So, I just wanted to get that off my chest. But, the fact that we're having R8 kind of next to R8, kind of, I'm kind of on the fence, but that probably puts me a little bit to one side of the fence because it's not like we're coming in cold to an area that's all R3-5 and then trying to put a round peg in a square hole. We're putting something that's kind of similar to what's next to it in that area. That's all I have.
So Commissioner Mayo, I think what we're talking about, we're not talking about making them do an R3-5, correct? Commissioner Colling, is that the elimination of townhomes would be an R5 throughout the development. And applicant, if I'm misspeaking or have things a little crosswise, please stop me here.
I think what we are suggesting is that the R5 and R8 designation wouldn't change. The townhomes that we show on the north are actually in the R5, not the R8. The R8 designation we have south of 102nd does have a prohibition already against townhomes. So we're saying we could add that prohibition on the north side as well, so that the entire project would have a townhome prohibition.
So I do have a question. This is just for me, just because of the emails I'm reading and then some of the comments. And this is for my clarifications. It's a dumb question. You've probably answered it. So just to clarify, as the developer, outside of meeting city standards, would you have any issues keeping it and developing it at a 3.5?
We would probably not be able to do that.
Okay, so that's a no. If it stayed at 3.5, you wouldn't develop. Okay.
Commissioner Tomachek.
So it was stated at one point that the access off of Easton Avenue wasn't desired by the existing community to link up to 103rd Avenue. What was the reason for that?
Sir, and that was mentioned early on, that's that cul-de-sac at the top. They just did not, the existing neighborhood did not want us to have roadway access through their neighborhood. So they said, please don't do that. So that was determined to just be an emergency vehicles only.
Did they give you a reason other than we just
they
don't
did
like
not
you?
want our traffic coming through their neighborhood.
Okay. Sort of in a similar vein, a lot's been made of the 101st Avenue traffic light, which I understand's a good thing. I've traveled that section and wanted to make a U-turn, and it's kind of brutal to do that. There's a dog leg that's been created into the neighborhood that's going to make it actually probably harder to get out of the existing neighborhood out to that traffic light. Why is that dog leg there? And can it be straightened out just to make life easy on everybody?
Sure. I will say, and sir, in the 2020 image, you may remember that was more of a straight access, and there was some concern in Waverly Acres of that being too direct of a connection there. So I think but I'll let the traffic engineer address that more.
more of a.
So before you get started, we haven't had the pleasure of hearing from you yet tonight, so we need your name for the record.
Eric Pearson with Cage Civil Engineering. And really it's more of a elevation differential between those two, that we needed to have a longer length to actually meet the demands of the criteria of the grades coming out of an intersection and into an intersection. Okay. And then we've got the private park up to the north. As far as I can tell, that backs right up to a bunch of existing homes and fence line, which really doesn't make it accessible to the existing neighborhood the way that's been presented. How does anybody propose to sort that?
I think one of the things we really looked at is trail connections and sidewalks throughout the site. It's really making that connection. I think, sir, as well, you saw that transition from the 2020 image to 2021 because people wanted to see, instead of that park along Sheridan, where it still wouldn't have been part of that. And frankly, sir, that was also a better buffer to some of those existing neighborhoods as well. So I think I would just say we've probably created a little of this because those details will come to live in the PDP, right? The site specific, of course, that park is outlined. But I think that was another compromise, collaboration with the neighbors to have that closer to them. So, sir, I don't know if it's actually usage or sight lines, whatever that is, but that was something that they desired as well.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tomachek. I think it's time we maybe heard a little bit from the city traffic engineer.
Good evening, Commission. Keith Klein, Transportation Engineer. So, yeah, we've heard a lot of complaints and concerns about some of the traffic. We primarily heard about traffic on Sheridan. Yes, all of this new traffic from the development would be going directly to Sheridan. There is no outlet to 104th, so it will be adding to the Sheridan traffic. We currently carry about 38,000 vehicles on this roadway. As planned right now in the comp plan with the 3.5 acre or 3.5 designation, we would expect, if it was to be able to develop, we'd see about 1,400 vehicles added to Sheridan in a 24-hour period. What we have tonight with the addition and the increase, we would increase that number by about 600 trips in a day to be closer to 2,000 vehicles in a day that this development would add to our traffic. That is, it sounds like a lot, but it is negligible to the amount of traffic that is on Sheridan right now. We do feel the pressure because there is only 2 northbound lanes for Sheridan currently. So the city is constantly looking at this and evaluating whether or not we need to construct that third leg or third lane to add capacity to the northbound Sheridan. The cut-through traffic, some of the residents talked about how congested it gets, that yes, sometimes there is backups that take you down closer to 98th Avenue. And I've seen it. I live in the neighborhood. I've experienced it. The cut-through at that point would not necessarily be due to adding a western leg to the 101st signal. If people are stuck in that leg or stuck in that traffic right now and are desiring to go east on 104th, yes, they may take that road and go into Highland Greens, but you're going to find that it isn't quicker. So even if you're at the intersection of 101st and Sheridan and you take a right, that is 670 feet longer than going directly north to 104th and taking a right. Also, 104th and Sheridan are both signed 40 miles per hour. 101st and Wolf are signed 25 miles per hour. We don't have an approved traffic report right now because as we are here, we're still discussing how many units are going to be on this development. So we haven't finalized a full traffic report. We've really just looked at what is the difference between the trip generation from what's existing zoning compared to what is the proposed zoning. So let's even take with the intersection, and now it's a four-legged intersection, and some people do cut through. So existing residents of Waverly Acres or the new development were to cut through the Highland Greens. Let's say that was 10%. That would be 200 vehicles in a 24-hour period. That is still kind of negligible on a local roadway that can carry 25 to 3,000 vehicles a day. We primarily look at the peak hours. And so on this one, the change will increase 63 vehicles in a peak hour in the morning versus what the current zoning would have been. And the evening peak hour is 78 vehicles. That is in this request for increasing the density. So that's over a peak hour. So we're talking about 1.5 vehicles in per minute in that peak hour, added to the volume that is existing on Sheridan. So that is where we say that is negligible. There's been discussions about other accidents as well. And we try to eliminate accidents where we can. And providing a safer left turn does prevent the southbound U-turn that currently occurs at 101st. There is conflicts on occasion from the right turning vehicles coming out of Highland Greens because you don't necessarily expect to see the U-turns. So that would help those movements and potentially any accidents that we've been seeing there regarding that. And I'm here for any other questions.
Commissioner Tomachek.
When was the last traffic study done at 104th and Sheridan?
What do you mean by a traffic study?
Well, you're giving us numbers of how much it might increase. What are those numbers now? And when was that study?
So my
last
traffic count of 38,000 on the south leg of Sheridan or south of 104th, that was recorded in 2017. So prior to COVID. And we did see a significant decrease in traffic during COVID. I think we've all experienced that. And so now we're actually experiencing, as we're all driving more, you're feeling that congestion a lot more. And I recognize it. Driving even to and from work, you feel it. And it feels like it's exponentially bigger. But I think it's because we grew for a year and a half, we didn't really have traffic. And so now we're starting to recognize that again. So I do not have a current date traffic count for that intersection.
The argument would be in the last year and a half, it would be anomalous anyway.
Yeah.
So
something else that this commission has heard, like there was a gas station that was proposed in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And to think of that and the square footage there, that was going to generate 2,500 new trips in a day. And actually in and out of that site, if you recall, it was going to generate 4,000 trips. That was counting half of it that they were just going to siphon off of the existing traffic from 104th or from Sheridan. So just to have a little bit of that comparison, this subdivision would generate approximately 2,000 vehicles a day. And comparing that to some of those other commercial or other uses, it can generate quite a bit more traffic on a smaller footprint.
Okay. Much has been made of this new traffic light, or I should say, modifying the existing traffic light to be full function now. Much of the reasoning has been that the residents have wanted it for quite a long time. Why has it not been? Why has a new traffic light at 100th not been provided previously?
So we have spacing requirements. Sheridan is an major arterial, and so we like to see the traffic signals not to be closer than a quarter mile apart. And so that falls into that. The other thing that's difficult is you need to meet traffic signal warrants per the manual on uniform traffic control devices. And it looks at the volumes that are trying to make a left turn or go through and cross the street compared to volumes of a major street. And unfortunately, there is not been enough like left turns in that peak hour to meet that warrant. And Waverly Acres and Highland Meadows has not increased their density. They haven't grown anymore. So the traffic volumes coming out of that have always remained essentially the same, while we're still seeing the growth on Sheridan, but they don't meet that minimum warrant. So that is part of that, as well as we all are considerate of the congestion and the time it takes to travel. So if we were just to add another signal, that is another delay trying to get from 101st to 104th. If we were to signalize 102nd or something like that. And so that you have to provide the green time for the side streets. So that would actually have the potential of increasing the congestion that we're seeing and pushing traffic even further south if you're traveling northbound.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Calling.
Mr. Klein, the distance between Highland Greens East and 104th, is there anywhere in there that you would have room to put another intersection in the light? Or is it too close? The spacing's too close?
Highland Greens, the subdivision now, or Highland
Yeah,
Greens?
where the light is now.
Okay.
Is there
So-
any space between there and 104th that you could get a light in, or is it too close?
Right now it would be too close.
Okay.
And that's what I was suggesting. If, there was a resident that mentioned putting a signal at 102nd, and that those two are too close especially for the residential.
Okay, then my next question is, and I've seen this before, the four-way intersection of Sheridan and 101st, is there any way that it could be designed so that traffic couldn't go east?
I have not seen that.
So traffic would be allowed to go left, go north on Sheridan. Traffic would be allowed to go right. They couldn't go straight through.
I have had that presented. I do not see where that would be a very difficult way to restrict that movement at this intersection.
But it would be possible. I mean, it's been done
I would really have to look at it. When I cursory glance, I could not see how we can make that work.
I'm just thinking if there was a way to design it such a way, then you could, there's really no reason for people from Waverly Acres and from this development to go into Highland Creek.
Well, personally,
Limit it, cut through.
I've actually, me and my wife and my dogs, we have driven across and parked in Waverly Acres to utilize the open space. And then I had to do the left turn to get into
So you're
the Highland Greens.
so you're the problem.
So I would be the problem.
Yeah.
Yes,
So I get it.
absolutely. So, but it's a real world, it's real world
So,
example.
so anyway, it would be nice to see if there was a way to do that. That's one of the things I was thinking, because I think cut through traffic is a concern. My other question was on 101st to cut through to, is it Bennett? What is the street that it intersects with at Waverly? I think it's Bennett.
Benton?
Benton, yes. It's just a really weird circuitous route. And then when it gets to Benton, it's kind of offset from that local road. They don't line up, they kind of jog. It's just weird looking. I mean, I understand the distance and you have to have grades in order to meet those two elevations. It just seems like a very bizarre solution.
It is, but we live in the 3D world. And so the grades is what was driving that. In addition to that, if there was a straight shot, then we'd also be hearing about the future residents of Semper Gardens complaining that that's a speedway and all those people are now just blowing through them. So by having that stop and forcing that right turn, you will actually keep traffic slower.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more things. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that blocking access to that neighborhood at the traffic light is going to make sense. And also agree about the spacing issues. That, I mean, there's a lot of places their traffic lights are too close and it just adds the congestion, makes everybody's quality of life go down. Do we have any data as far as 101st/Wolf Street? Because I would assert with the amount of pass-through traffic on Sheridan already, even though it's 670 feet longer to go through the neighborhood, that there would be some cut-through traffic right now, even though it's technically longer, drivers don't always behave rationally.
Correct. So we have not studied to see, start from Sheridan and 101st and see if they turn and go into the neighborhood after that, or they go straight to 104th. That has not been studied. Highland Greens has nearly 500 residential units in it. And so it's quite a bit of traffic. So, those that live closer to Sheridan may perceive that people are cutting through, and then those that live closer to 104th may perceive that there's some cut through traffic there, but they're actually just residents going to home and coming from home. But to your point, no, it has not been studied to follow vehicles from 101st to see if they go all the way to 104th through the neighborhood.
And if this project were to continue moving forward, that seems like that would be something to at least look at. The other thing, while not blocking the access, there are many engineering ways to discourage people from cutting through the neighborhood. Like, I don't want to say speed bumps because I hate speed bumps, but more like something that's on Independence, the kind of the raised speed bumps at the crosswalks that kind of slow traffic down or something like that. Not just a speed bump that you have to slow down to 5 miles an hour to go over.
There's 3 that exist on 101st and Wolf Street as you turn, in addition to 2 speed awareness signs. So southbound Wolf Street, just off 104th, there's a speed awareness sign. And then there's a speed awareness sign for eastbound 101st as it approaches Hampshire Park. And at the Hampshire Park, there's a raised pedestrian crossing there. And then further north by about 500 to 1,000 feet maybe, there's another one. And then there's one closer to what would be about 103rd and Wolf Street.
Okay,
so it is there. So, but we could look at other traffic calming measures if it does start to reflect that now there is additional speeding and additional vehicles that are not neighbors.
Yeah, but there already are traffic calming devices. Shows I haven't cut through that neighborhood.
Correct. And yep. But yeah, so thank you. But yes, it's been a concern. Speeding has been a concern in that neighborhood for years.
Sure. That's perfect. Thank you for that. So, getting back, there were some deaths mentioned in the area. I know the one up by the rec center, I think that was mentioned, I think that was caused by street racing. That wasn't caused by congestion.
Yes. So that is very unfortunate. It was southbound street racers that struck a vehicle that was making a northbound left into the rec center. It occurred about 9 10 p.m. on a Sunday night, and very unfortunate. But yes, the resident that brought up the concern of, how turning in there, and noticed that during the peak hours, we have that signed to be a protected only. So you can only turn left on a green arrow. But on the off-peak times, because we do recognize that queue is pretty short, that you get the flashing yellow. And so you are able to make a left if it feels like it's safe enough to make. But yes, it is unfortunate. We've had quite a few accidents in the city and a few fatalities. So it's just a reminder to be safe, be alert, don't be on your phone, and stop for pedestrians if you can.
That's the $1 million question right there, is how we get the police to stop the street racers. Yeah. So one other question, there's some discussion about 102nd Avenue being public right of way. Was there any consideration given either in the traffic department or the planning department or by by the applicant about vacating 102nd, since we're going to have we're going to have a new a right-in, right-out at 103rd, and we're going to have the full movement at 101st. There was some discussion about those two parcels not connecting. Would that be something that would cause a major problem if because that gives basically two exits to the neighborhood, or actually more than two exits to the neighborhood that don't exist now. So
yeah, it would, to vacate right away takes council action, so it would have to be presented in a certain way that has not been on the table at this time.
All right. That's probably it I have for traffic engineering.
Right. Thank you, Commission.
Oh, I had one more quick comment. Well, mine is very short. That commercial development, I did vote no on that. So I just wanted
Yeah,
to-
I believe
do say no.
I believe
so.
the Commission did.
Yeah, I
vote.
think we
Yeah.
did all vote no on that.
We recommended a denial. But
Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
This is
Commissioner
a,
Zhang?
this is a random question for staff. I don't know who, but someone brought up eagles. Is there an eagle nest in the area?
Commissioner Zhang, I believe I can answer that. So I also live in the area. I've noticed the eagles and the hawks increasingly liking the trees there. And I don't know whether that's because the trees are now dead, so you can actually see them through the leaves, or just that they're actually enjoying it more. But we have not noticed an eagle's nest there. One thing I'm considering as a requirement for the official development plan submittal is to require the developer submit a wildlife study to look at threatened and endangered species such as bald eagles to ensure that they're not nesting on the site, and have a qualified biologist do that.
So Kristen, I have a question for you before I ask for a motion. With what Commissioner Calling has brought up, we're talking about the exclusion of townhomes on the north end. Do we need to add that to this motion, or would that be handled in some other way?
Yes, that would be handled as a condition of approval.
Okay. And that condition of approval, I want to make sure, Commissioner Calling, that I get it correct. That condition of approval would be the exclusion of townhomes in the north parcel.
Well, I think that it's not just townhomes. I think it's the total number of units. I think 202 units is too many. So I don't know if you can qualify it just with the townhome. So I don't know that I can support a comp plan amendment at the R8 category. So maybe what I'm thinking is different.
Okay. Commissioner Carpenter.
Yeah, I don't know who this is for, but I think all my questions have been answered except for one. There are some concerns about adding the 202 residents that would drain our fire and police that are already struggling. I heard a little bit of answer when I was listening to the council meeting last night, but I'd like someone to address what the public service impacts would be for this site. Who that would go to, Jacob?
Sure, Commissioner Carpenter, I can answer that for you. So we believe that the 202 units would be a negligible impact to our police and fire services. Our number one impact to our police services right now is actually the deficit in officers, not the number of officers that we are allowed to hire, just that there's not currently maybe the number of people willing to seek that line of employment. Listening to Interim Chief Halbert's comments last night at City Council, I noticed he thinks that he can resolve those issues in several years. Their proposal to build housing, they still wouldn't be building houses and having residents added for at least 1 to 2 or even 3 years, potentially. So I don't think we have an issue on that front if that is true, the chief can hire additional staff. Their comments on this application was that they did not believe it would be a detrimental impact or any sort of impact to their services. For the fire department, it is served in the service areas for our fire stations, and they believe that it's within their capacity to serve as well.
Perfect. That's what I needed. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify. So I guess my objection is the 202 units and the townhomes. So I think that there's too many units on this parcel. It's zoned for 3.5. I think the community has been very clear that's what they want. So it's a combination of that and the townhomes. I would love the applicant to come forward with a proposal that maybe has a compromise in there. Because I know you've been working with the community and I appreciate that. But to go from 208 to 206 to 202, I think you need to get closer to the 137 that the property is actually zoned for. And I understand that there's a lot of great things that come out of having you do it by having all three properties put together. And I'm seeing everybody over there shake their head saying no way. But you won't get my support unless you find a way to change that. And I'm disappointed because I'd like to see Berkeley here. I'd like to see this property developed. It's been empty for a long time. But I feel that the community has spoken very loudly. We've gotten a lot of comments, and I can't ignore that. Usually I would go for something like this because I like diversity of product. I like having alley loaded and the paired homes. There's a lot of things that are going on here that you guys are doing really well, but I don't think that you've quite gotten there. So that's just my opinion. So I won't be supporting the comp plan, and I don't think I have anything proposed for an amendment to that.
I'd like to make a comment. I'm going to second what the commissioner just said. I think the developer has spent a lot of time in doing this. I think they have a good intentions, but I mean, the opposition from the community is pretty clear. Now, that doesn't negate the effort that the city's put in and the developer. I think they've put in an honest working effort to get to this point. And we should be grateful that the city staff has taken the time to do that. And the developers, they've taken 3 years to get to this point. But I agree with the commissioner's statement on that.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Duff. I'm sorry, Kristen.
Just as a reminder, while the commissioners are giving their reasons why they may deny the application, it's important to specify which criteria you feel are not met specifically.
Do you want us to do that now or when
Well,
we vote?
no,
No, I was just
yeah, I
telling
was
you
just
in
reminding so that when we
anticipation
do
of a
get to the
vote.
If you voted no, then this specific one will be referring to 11-5-21, correct? For land use plan amendments?
Yes, for comprehensive plan amendment.
Sorry, I didn't have the list in front of me.
Commissioner Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to come out in support of the applicant on this particular issue. I've heard a lot of testimony for and against. I believe that much of the testimony, I think the preponderance of the testimony that I've heard tonight has been in support of this project. You know, I understand as well that we're really early in the process and that the applicant has tried to get a lot on the table and, you know, to get this process through after working so many years. I was hesitant when I first came to this project, especially about the R8 zoning. But from what I've heard and from what I've seen here, R8, where you propose it, fits pretty well. I like the way you do it according to your plans. And I would just like to express my support for it. Thank you.
I think I have one last question for the applicant. So we've talked about exclusion of townhomes in the north parcel. Zoning, I believe you said that if it was expected or requested that you try to do it at R35, that it would not be a doable project, correct? Okay. Then with the exclusion of townhomes, what's in this problem, it might not be a fair question at this point in time, but what would the total number of units possibly be if not 202? Or would it still be 202?
I guess I don't know the answer specifically to that, but I guess I'd like to go back to my point originally that we were trying to create an R5 district for this whole thing, and just the way the math and the city code and et cetera works. One thing maybe I propose, and Commissioner, I don't know if this gets to the number you're comfortable with, but if we just said there's a cap of 5 dwelling units per acre over the entire site, I think that's, you can do the math, I don't know, is that 196? So that would take 6 units out along with the prohibition of townhomes. You know, that's something that probably we could still work with. And I think it gets to a density that probably, if we looked at that surrounding area, like I mentioned, with 40 acre to the west and something closer to, well, within our 8, I don't know if it's actually 8 to the acre or not, we're probably getting pretty similar to what it is out there, sort of in reality today, even though it's designated as R3.5. So I guess I would put that out there for consideration. But I'm not sure if that answered your question or not.
Jacob, what is Waverly again? What's the density of Waverly Hills or acres?
So Waverly Acres, when it was originally planned in 1972, was originally planned for R5 dwelling units per acre, so 5 DUs an acre. That included townhomes and fourplexes in the original approval for Waverly Acres. It was amended and those were removed, I believe, in the same year or a few years afterwards. And so they decided to only build the project out with single family detached. As it's currently built, there's a couple, the old system of calculating density is shown on all of their plans. And so it'll read between, depending on which ODP amendment you're looking at, between 3.5 to 5, because they used to calculate density in a weird way. In our current way of calculating density, where we would include the gross area of the entire PDP, that site is 3.46 acres. It's 3.46 dwelling units per acre. That would include the property that they dedicated to the city or gave to the city for open space in the park and all of the streets.
So the 5 would still be a higher density than the adjacent Waverly, other than that density that's kind of to the south, that little parcel that has a little bit higher.
Yes, 5 would still be higher than Waverly Acres. It would not be higher than Highland Meadows.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or comment? Go. All right, wanted to make a motion. Remember, we have 4 and we're going to do them one at a time.
I was going to make a comment first. If that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
From the most recent couple of comments, it kind of sounds a little bit more promising to me. Originally, my thought was, to support the 3 rezoning motions and to recommend denial of the PDP based upon the townhome issue and the density issue. But, hearing from our deputy city attorney, hearing from the developer, the willingness to take out the townhomes, the willingness to cap the overall development to 5 units per acre. My support's going to be to approve the 3 zoning amendments and to approve the PDP, adding conditions, no townhomes, maximum density overall 5 units per acre. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayo. Okay. May I have a motion for the first item?
Could I ask a question of our city attorney? Would that, if we did do a 5 units per acre, wouldn't that be more, shouldn't that be in the comp plan amendment, not in the PDP as far as the limitation, or should that be in the PDP? I just want to make sure that that we do it right, if that's what we're going to do.
I believe it should be in the PDP, but I would defer to Jacob, and he's shaking his head yes. So in the PDP.
All right, thank you.
So that would be motion number 4. Okay. All right.
Ready for a motion?
I am, and I was just about to say no more questions, Commissioner Carpenter.
I move that the Planning Commission recommends City Council approve comprehensive plan amendment for the north parcel of Semper Gardens. This recommendation is based on the finding that the comprehensive plan amendment is generally supported by the criteria set forth in section 11-5-21 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Any discussion on the motion as stated? Commissioner Calling.
I still stand on my opinion that this proposal is substantially detrimental to the surrounding lands by having too high of a density and increasing even at the 195 or 6, it's still a 40% increase in units than what the property was originally planned for. So I will be voting no.
And for this one, I'll be voting yes specifically because R35 does not allow for a diversity of housing that the city is in need of, and R5 and RA would, but this parcel specifically because it's R5 and we do need a diversity in housing, I will be in favor. Ready for a vote, Jennifer?
Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Aye.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Calling.
No.
Commissioner Calling is not in favor. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Commissioner Tomacek.
No.
Commissioner Tomacek is not in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
No.
Commissioner Zhang is not in favor.
Do I have my math correct to say it passed 4-3? Okay, the first motion passes. May I have a motion on the second item, please?
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that City Council approve the comprehensive plan amendment for the center and south parcels of Semper Gardens. This recommendation is based on the finding that the comprehensive plan amendments are generally supported by the criteria set forth Section 11-5-21 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
I have a second. Commissioner Calling.
Second.
Got a second from Commissioner Dunn. Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Comments? Okay, seeing none, we're ready for vote.
Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Aye.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Calling.
No.
Commissioner Calling is not in favor. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Commissioner Tomacek.
No.
Commissioner Tomacek is not in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
No.
Commissioner Zhang is not in favor.
Motion passes 4-3. Ready for a third motion. Commissioner Mayo.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council approve the rezonings for the north and center parcels of Semper Gardens. This recommendation is based on a finding that the rezonings are generally supported by the criteria set forth in Section 11-5.14 of Westminster Municipal Code.
Second.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Any discussion on this item? I would say Jeff, this item 3, we would be changing it from 01, correct, to PUD for all 3 parcels. Okay. We're ready for a vote, Jennifer?
Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Aye.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Calling.
No.
Commissioner Calling is not in favor. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Commissioner Tomacek.
No.
Commissioner Tomacek is not in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
No.
Commissioner Zhang is not in favor.
Motion carries 4-3. I'm looking for a motion on the fourth item.
I guess I'm on a roll. I move that the Westminster Planning Commission recommend that City Council approve the preliminary development plan for Semper Gardens. This recommendation is based on a finding that the preliminary development plan is generally supported by the criteria set forth in section 11.5-14 of the Westminster Municipal Code. But I would like to add the stipulation that overall, the density cannot be more than 5 units per acre. And no townhomes.
Kristen?
Just for clarity of the record, I think it's townhomes on the north side. And also, I'd like the applicant to accept the conditions on the record, just so we're all clear.
Would you please come to the podium? Thank you.
We
Can you
accept
get
the
up?
condition,
Sorry.
yes.
Head nod doesn't.
I'll second that.
Okay, and we have the second. Any discussion on this item? You left your red light on, that's why I'm looking at you.
I was waiting for you to
Okay,
call. And you
Commissioner.
said I wasn't allowed to talk anymore. With the conditions, I think that this makes it a good parcel. I too came concerned about upzoning everything, but with the negligible impacts on public safety, the moderate impacts on water supply, when we're talking 12 acre feet out of a pool of 18,000 acre feet. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket, literally. So I'm in favor. And that's pretty much all I want to say, other than someone made a comment about Boulder doing it right. And I'm really offended by that. We are not Boulder, we are Westminster. And for Boulder has caused a lot of problems because of their anti-development standpoint. And I don't think that we want to show that Westminster is closed for business. So that's all my comments for the moment.
I would like to echo Commissioner Carpenter's support for the motion, but a little bit different take on the item. I like the fact that we have one developer for 3 parcels. I like the fact that the public land dedication can all be on the north end as opposed to small pocket parks throughout what would appear to me to be a way more congested development if we were so to pursue it in that fashion. Any other comment? We have the second. I believe we can call a vote, Jennifer.
Vice Chair McConnell.
Yes.
Vice Chair McConnell is in favor. Commissioner Carpenter.
Aye.
Commissioner Carpenter is in favor. Commissioner Calling.
No.
Commissioner Calling is not in favor. Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn is in favor. Commissioner Tomacek.
No.
Commissioner Tomacek is not in favor. Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayo is in favor. Commissioner Zhang.
No.
Commissioner Zhang is not in favor.
Motion passes 4-3. I think we're to the point of the evening where we can ask if there's any old business we need to tend to. Updates on coming meetings or lack thereof.
Don't have anything scheduled for 2022 yet. Stay tuned.
Okay, thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Second.
And a second. Motion adjourned, or meeting adjourned. Thanks.